Welcome, young wizard, to a gentle chronicle of endings and eternal rest. Tonight, we journey through the tapestry of lives that have passed beyond the veil in the wizarding world, not with sorrow, but with the peaceful understanding that death is but the next great adventure. As you settle into your comfortable haven, let these tales of sacrifice, love, and the natural cycle of life carry you toward tranquil slumber. Close your eyes and drift alongside these souls who found their rest. Each story a lullaby of remembrance and honor for those who shaped the magical world we cherish. In the misty depths of antiquity, when magic flowed more freely through the world and the boundaries between life and death were gossamer thin, there lived three brothers whose names would echo through the centuries like a half-remembered dream. The Peveril brothers Antioch, Cadmas, and Ignotus walked paths that would intertwine their destinies with the very nature of mortality itself, each seeking to conquer death in his own way, each finding instead that death would conquer them. Antioch Peveril, the eldest and most ambitious of the three, possessed a wand unlike any other in the wizarding world. The Elder Wand, carved from the wood of an ancient tree that had witnessed the birth of magic itself, responded to his will with power that seemed to bend reality to his desires. With this instrument of incredible might in his hand, Antioch had never known defeat in magical combat. Every duel ended in his favor. Every challenger fell before his superior skill and the wand's incomparable magic. But power, like water, seeks its own level, and Antioch's boasts about his unbeatable wand spread through the magical communities like ripples across a still pond. In taverns and magical gatherings, he would display his prowess with theatrical flourish, challenging any wizard brave enough to face him. His victories were swift and decisive, leaving opponents stunned or worse, their own wands splintered by the Elder Wand's overwhelming force. The very arrogance that made Antioch formidable in combat became the seed of his destruction. On a night when autumn mist clung to the earth like shrouds, he had been celebrating another victory in a tavern filled with lesser wizards who watched him with mixtures of awe and resentment. His tongue, loosened by drink and triumph, revealed more than wisdom would have counseled about the true nature of his wand's power. Among those who listened that night was a wizard whose face remained in shadow, whose name was never spoken aloud, but whose eyes gleamed with the cold light of ambition and envy. This unnamed adversary understood what Antioch, in his pride, had forgotten that the mightiest wizard is still mortal flesh, vulnerable when sleep claims his consciousness and magic cannot protect him. The end came with silent footsteps and a blade drawn across his throat while he lay in deep slumber, dreaming perhaps of future conquests that would never come to pass. The killer took the Elder Wand from beside the bed where Antioch had placed it, understanding that true power belonged not to the loudest boaster, but to the most patient predator. Thus began the bloody history of the Elder Wand. Its first master claimed not by magical defeat but by mundane murder, a pattern that would repeat through the centuries as each new owner fell to the ambitions of those who coveted its might. Cadmas Peveril, the middle brother, carried his own burden of magical artifacts and human longing. Where Antioch had sought to conquer others through superior force, Cadmas wished only to undo the greatest conquest of all death's claim upon someone he loved beyond reason or wisdom. His fiancée, whose name has been lost to history but whose love was the cornerstone of his existence, had been taken by illness in the bloom of her youth, leaving Cadmas to rage against the unfairness of mortality itself. The resurrection stone, black as midnight and smooth as silk, lay heavy in Cadmas's hand like crystallized grief. This second of the Deathly Hallows promised what every bereaved heart desired: the return of the beloved, the restoration of what death had stolen. On a night when his loneliness became unbearable, Cadmas turned the stone 3 times in his palm and whispered her name into the darkness. She came to him then, translucent and beautiful, exactly as she had been in life, but somehow diminished, like a reflection in troubled water. Her voice carried the distant quality of wind through autumn leaves. Her smile held the sadness of something forever lost, trying to return. She spoke of love that transcended death, of her wish that he might find happiness, even in her absence. But her words felt hollow compared to the ache in his heart. When Cadmas reached for her, desperate to hold her as he had in life, his hands passed through her ethereal form like mist through his fingers. She was there but not there, present but untouchable, real but not alive. The stone could bring back an image, a shadow, an echo of what had been, but it could not restore the warm flesh and beating heart that he truly mourned. Day after day, Cadmas called her forth, and day after day he was tormented by the impossible distance between them. She begged him to let her rest, to allow her to continue her journey to whatever lay beyond. But his need was too great, his loneliness too profound. The woman he loved became a prisoner of his grief, unable to move forward, unable to truly return. In the end, driven mad by hopeless longing and the cruelty of false hope, Cadmas made the final choice that would reunite them beyond the stone's inadequate magic. He fashioned a noose from silk that had once been her favorite gown and hanged himself from the great oak tree in their garden, the same tree where they had pledged their love in happier times. Death, which he had tried to cheat through magical means, claimed him through his own hand. And in dying, he joined her in whatever realm awaited beyond the veil that separates the living from the dead. The youngest brother, Ignotus Peverell, possessed wisdom that his elder siblings had lacked. Where they had sought to conquer death through force or circumvent it through resurrection, Ignotus chose a different path, neither confrontation nor denial, but patient evasion, until the time came to accept what could not be avoided forever. The invisibility cloak that he wore was no ordinary concealment charm, but an artifact of profound magic that could hide its wearer completely from all detection, magical or mundane. Under its silvery folds, Ignotus could move through the world unseen, untouchable, beyond the reach of those who might wish him harm. Death itself, that inevitable hunter of all living things, could not find him while he remained beneath the cloak's protection. For decades, Ignotus lived this hidden life, watching the world change around him while he remained outside its troubles and tragedies. He saw kings rise and fall, witnessed wars that claimed thousands of lives, observed the birth and death of entire generations while he remained forever young beneath his magical protection. The cloak aged not at all, and neither, it seemed, did he while he wore it. But Ignotus understood something that his brothers had not, that hiding from death was not the same as defeating it, and that a life lived entirely in concealment was no life at all. He watched his children grow old and die while he remained unchanged. He saw his grandchildren's children born and buried while he lingered on, a ghost among the living. The cloak that protected him also isolated him, cutting him off from the natural flow of human connection and mortal experience. When many years had passed and Ignotus had grown weary of his invisible existence, he made the choice that marked him as the wisest of the three brothers. He removed the cloak and passed it to his son, understanding that each generation must face mortality in its own way and its own time. Then, like a man keeping a long-delayed appointment with an old friend, he greeted death as he would welcome a familiar companion after a lengthy journey. Death, who had been patiently waiting for this moment, received Ignotus with something that might have been approval. Here was a mortal who had neither fought nor cheated nor denied, but had simply chosen his own moment to accept what all living things must eventually embrace. Ignotus died peacefully, with dignity intact and lessons learned. His passing as gentle as autumn leaves settling to earth after their season in the sun. The deaths of the Peveril brothers became legend, their artifacts scattered to the winds, their stories told and retold, until truth became myth, and myth became fairy tale. But in the quiet hours before dawn, when the veil between worlds grows thin and the whispers of the past seem almost audible, their lesson remains clear that death comes to all, and wisdom lies not in fighting or fleeing or denying, but in living fully until the time comes to let go with grace. In an era when Hogwarts' school of witchcraft and wizardry was still young, and its founders walked the earth as living legends rather than historical figures, tragedy struck at the very heart of one of the most noble houses in the wizarding world. Rowena Ravenclaw, brilliant beyond measure and architect of learning itself, faced the deepest sorrow that any parent could know: the loss of a child who had chosen distance over devotion, exile over understanding. Helena Ravenclaw had inherited her mother's extraordinary intelligence but not her wisdom, her magical ability but not her restraint. Beautiful and proud, she possessed a mind that could unravel the most complex enchantments, and a heart that burned with ambitions her mother could never quite understand. Where Rowena sought knowledge for the betterment of all, Helena coveted it for the power it might bring her personally. The diadem that Helena stole on the night she fled Hogwarts was more than mere ornament. It was an artifact of immense magical power that enhanced the wisdom and wit of its wearer beyond natural limits. Rowena had created it as a tool for learning, believing that enhanced intelligence could help solve the magical world's greatest problems. But Helena saw only the advantage it could give her, the recognition it might bring, the respect that had always seemed to elude her in her mother's towering shadow. Her flight took her far from Scotland's misty highlands to the forests of Albania, where she hoped to hide until she could find a way to unlock the diadem's full potential for her own purposes. But the wild lands of Albania were no place for a young witch alone, however intelligent or magically gifted. The isolation she had sought as freedom became a prison of loneliness and growing desperation. Meanwhile, Rowena Ravenclaw lay dying in her chamber at Hogwarts, her brilliant mind finally succumbing to an illness that no amount of learning could cure. Her final wish was heartbreakingly simple: to see her daughter once more, to offer forgiveness and love, to ensure that Helena understood she was cherished despite the theft and betrayal. In her weakness, she turned to the only person she trusted to find Helena and bring her home. The Baron had loved Helena Ravenclaw with the desperate intensity of a man whose heart has been claimed completely by someone beyond his reach. He was a wizard of noble blood and considerable magical ability, but in Helena's eyes he had always been found wanting, too conventional for her tastes, too ordinary for someone who considered herself extraordinary. His offers of marriage had been politely but firmly declined, his devotion treated as an inconvenience rather than a gift. When Rowena asked him to find Helena and persuade her to return, the Baron accepted the mission with the fervent hope that success might finally earn him the place in Helena's heart that his years of patient courtship had failed to secure. He tracked her across Europe through means both magical and mundane, following rumors and whispers, using divination and detective work in equal measure. He found her in a forest clearing in Albania, thinner than she had been at Hogwarts, her fine robes torn by brambles, her face gaunt from poor food and constant worry. The stolen diadem rested on her brow, but its promised enhancement of wisdom seemed to have brought her nothing but the knowledge of her own mistakes. She looked up at his approach with eyes that held both relief at seeing a familiar face and fear of what his presence might mean. The Baron spoke of her mother's illness, of Rowena's desperate wish to see her daughter before death claimed her, of forgiveness freely offered and love that had never wavered. despite Helena's betrayal. But Helena had lived too long with her pride and her shame to accept such grace easily. She refused to return, claiming it was too late, that too much had been damaged to repair, that her mother would be better served by remembering her as she had been rather than seeing what she had become. The Baron's love, held in check for so many years, finally broke free of all restraint and revealed itself as something darker and more possessive than devotion. If Helena would not come willingly, he would take her by force. If she would not accept his love freely given, he would claim her through conquest. The years of rejection had curdled his affection into something that resembled madness more than romance. In the struggle that followed, with Helena fighting desperately to maintain her independence and the Baron attempting to subdue her through magical force, his control slipped at the crucial moment. The blade he had drawn to threaten rather than harm found its way between her ribs with terrible accuracy, piercing her heart as surely as her rejections had pierced his. Helena Ravenclaw died in a forest far from home, the stolen diadem tumbling from her head to lie forgotten among the fallen leaves. Her last words were not of regret for the theft or sorrow for the pain she had caused, but a whispered apology to the mother she would never see again, the forgiveness she would never receive, the love she had spurned in her pride and stubbornness. The Baron stared at what his obsession had wrought, his hands stained with the blood of the woman he had claimed to love above all else. The magnitude of his crime crashed over him like a tide of horror and self-loathing. He had destroyed the very thing he had sought to possess, eliminated forever any possibility of the love he had pursued so desperately. In that moment of clarity, he understood that what he had felt was not love at all, but a selfish hunger that had consumed everything it touched. Without hesitation, without prayer or preparation, the Baron took the same blade that had ended Helena's life and drove it into his own heart. As consciousness faded and darkness claimed him, his last thought was a wordless plea for forgiveness that he knew he did not deserve, would never receive, and had no right to request. He died as he had lived in recent years alone, despite being surrounded by the consequences of his own actions. But death, for Helena and the Baron, was not the ending that it appeared to be. Some combination of unfinished business, overwhelming emotion, and magical resonance from the diadem's presence created the conditions for their return as ghosts. Helena chose this half-existence out of guilt and sorrow, understanding that she could never make amends to her mother, but unwilling to move on, while that debt remained unpaid. The Baron accepted ghosthood as a form of eternal punishment, a reminder of his crime that would follow him through all the centuries to come. They returned to Hogwarts, these two tragic figures, bound together by death as they had never been in life. Helena became the Grey Lady, a figure of melancholy beauty who drifted through the castle's corridors, carrying the weight of her stolen years and squandered opportunities. The Baron became known as the Bloody Baron, his ghostly form forever stained with the blood of his crime, his chains the visible symbol of the guilt that bound him more securely than any physical restraint. Their presence at Hogwarts served as eternal reminder of love misdirected, pride unchecked, and the terrible consequences that could follow when passion overwhelmed wisdom. Students would see them in the corridors and halls, never together, but forever connected by the tragedy that had claimed their lives and bound their afterlives to the castle where their stories had begun. When news of Helena's death finally reached Hogwarts, carried by magical means that transcended the normal boundaries of communication, Rowena Ravenclaw was already so close to death that the shock served only to speed her passage from the world. She died not knowing the full circumstances of her daughter's fate, not understanding that her final message of love had been rejected in favor of pride and fear. But in her last moments, Rowena Ravenclaw experienced something that might have been peace, a sense that love offered was never truly wasted, even if it was not received. Her brilliant mind, which had unlocked so many of the universe's secrets, found its final mystery in the understanding that death was simply another door, and beyond it lay answers to questions she had spent her lifetime pursuing. The remaining founders, Helga Hufflepuff, Godric Gryffindor, and Salazar Slytherin, carried on the work of building the school that would educate young witches and wizards for centuries to come. They lived full lives, saw their vision become reality, and died peacefully in their beds, surrounded by students and colleagues who honored their contributions to magical education. Their deaths were natural endings to well-lived lives, unmarked by the tragedy that had claimed their colleague and her daughter. Thus ended the age of the founders, with death claiming both the innocent and the guilty, the wise and the foolish, the beloved and the scorned. Their stories became part of Hogwarts' living history, whispered in dormitories and discussed in classrooms, serving as lessons about love and loss, pride and forgiveness, and the eternal truth that death comes to all, but how we die is often determined by how we choose to live. In the centuries that followed, when students walked the corridors of Hogwarts and glimpsed the ghostly figures of Helena and the Baron, they were witnessing the eternal consequences of choices made in moments of passion and desperation. These spirits served as living reminders that some decisions echo through eternity, that love twisted into obsession becomes destruction, and that pride carried too far leads inevitably to tragedy. Their peaceful presence in the castle spoke of eventual reconciliation with fate, even if forgiveness remained forever beyond their reach. In the rolling hills of Mold-on-the-Wold, where morning mist clung to ancient hedgerows and magic thrummed beneath the very soil, there stood a house that had known both great love and profound tragedy. The Dumbledore family home was neither grand nor imposing, but it carried within its walls the weight of secrets that would reshape the wizarding world for generations to come. It was here that 3 children grew to adolescence under the watchful eye of parents who understood that magic, for all its wonders, could exact prices too terrible to comprehend. Percival Dumbledore was a man of quiet strength and unwavering principle, a wizard whose magical abilities were matched only by his devotion to his family and his belief in justice. He worked for the Ministry of Magic in a position that required both discretion and moral clarity, dealing with cases where magical and muggle worlds intersected in ways that demanded careful handling. His colleagues knew him as someone who could be trusted absolutely, whose word was his bond, and whose judgment remained unclouded by personal ambition or political convenience. But it was not his professional integrity that would define Percival's legacy. It was the terrible choice he made on an autumn evening when his world shattered like glass beneath the weight of unthinkable cruelty. His youngest child, Ariana, only 6 years old and glowing with the promise of magical ability, had been playing in the garden when 3 Muggle boys discovered her practicing the small spells that came naturally to magical children. What began as curiosity on the boys' part escalated into something far darker when Ariana's innocent display of magic triggered fear and rage in minds too young to understand, but old enough to inflict lasting harm. They attacked her with the mindless brutality that fear can unleash, not content merely to hurt her physically, but seeking to destroy the very thing that made her different, special, magical. When Percival found his daughter, broken and sobbing in the garden, where her laughter had rung out only hours before, something fundamental shifted in his soul. The man who had devoted his life to bridging the gap between magical and non-magical communities saw only the faces of those who had tried to destroy his child's gift, her innocence, her very sense of self. The carefully maintained boundaries between justice and vengeance dissolved in the face of paternal rage that burned with the intensity of dragonfire. The 3 Muggle boys who had attacked Ariana were found the next morning in circumstances that baffled local authorities and would never be adequately explained in any official record. They had not been killed. Percival's sense of justice, however warped by grief and anger, stopped short of murder, but they had been subjected to magical punishment that left them fundamentally changed, their minds touched by spells that ensured they would never again raise their hands in violence against anyone, magical or otherwise. The magical community's response was swift and merciless in its own way. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was not merely a law but a sacred trust, the foundation upon which the safety of all magical people rested. Percival's actions, however justified in a father's heart, had violated this trust in the most serious possible way. He had used magic against Muggles in anger, creating exactly the kind of incident that the statute existed to prevent. The trial was brief, the verdict inevitable. Percival stood before the Wizengamot with his head held high, refusing to express remorse for protecting his daughter, even as he understood the larger implications of his actions. When asked to explain his behavior, he spoke only of a father's duty and a parent's love, offering no legal defense, but also no apology for choosing his child's welfare over abstract principles of magical law. The sentence was life imprisonment in Azkaban. That terrible fortress where hope went to die and joy was consumed by creatures that fed on human happiness. Percival accepted this fate with the same quiet dignity that had characterized his entire life, understanding that his choices had consequences that extended far beyond his own desires or needs. He would pay the price for his moment of righteous fury, but he would pay it knowing that his daughter's attackers would never harm another child. The journey to Azkaban was undertaken in silence, Percival's hands bound with magical restraints that prevented any attempt at escape. Though escape had never entered his thoughts, he stared out the windows of the prison transport at the landscape passing below, memorizing the colors and textures of a world he would never see again in freedom. His last glimpse of beauty was the sunset painting the clouds in shades of gold and crimson, a sight he carried with him into the grey desolation that awaited. Azkaban's walls were built from stones quarried in despair, its very architecture designed to crush the spirit as surely as its magical guardians consumed happiness. The Dementors that patrolled its corridors were creatures born from humanity's darkest impulses, feeding on joy and hope, and leaving behind only empty shells of what their victims had once been. They sensed Percival's love for his family like hounds scenting prey, circling him with anticipation for the feast his devotion would provide. In his cell, which measured barely 6 feet in any direction and contained nothing but stone walls and a narrow window that showed only more stone, Percival held onto his memories like treasures. He recalled Ariana's laughter before the attack, her small hands demonstrating the magic that flowed through her like music. He remembered his wife Kendra's gentle voice reading bedtime stories to their children, her strength in managing a household where love was the strongest magic of all. He thought of Albus, brilliant even as a child, and Aberforth, stubborn but loyal, both growing into men who would make their own marks on the world. But even the strongest memories could not indefinitely withstand the Dementors' relentless assault on human happiness. Day by day, week by week, the creatures drained away Percival's joy, until even his love for his family became tainted with sorrow. The sound of Ariana's laughter grew fainter in his recollection. Kendra's face became harder to picture clearly. The warmth he had felt when holding his children faded into a cold acknowledgement of facts without emotional resonance. The physical conditions of Azkaban completed what the Dementors began. The food, such as it was, provided barely enough nutrition to sustain life. The dampness of the sea-surrounded fortress seeped into bones and joints, creating pain that became a constant companion. Sleep came in fragments, interrupted by the sounds of other prisoners' despair and the whispered presence of the Dementors as they made their rounds through the corridors of the damned. Percival's body, already worn down by the magical restraints and the fortress's hostile environment, began to fail in ways that would have been treatable in the outside world, but became fatal in Azkaban's isolation. What started as a persistent cough evolved into something more serious, a weakness that spread through his chest and made each breath a conscious effort. The prison's medical care was minimal at best, designed to keep prisoners alive rather than healthy, administered by healers who viewed their patients as criminals first and human beings a distant second. In his final weeks, as his body surrendered to the accumulated damage of imprisonment and his spirit flickered like a candle in winter wind, Percival found a strange kind of peace in the certainty of his approaching death. He had chosen to protect his daughter, and that choice had led inevitably to this ending. There was no regret in his heart, only a quiet satisfaction that Ariana was safe, that his sacrifice had meaning, that love could triumph, even when it led to destruction. His death came on a night when storm winds howled around Azkaban's towers, and rain lashed against the fortress walls like tears shed by the sky itself. Percival Dumbledore died alone in his cell, surrounded by stone and shadow, his last breath carrying a whispered prayer for his family's continued safety and happiness. The Dementors, cheated of their anticipated feast by his peaceful passing, drifted away to seek sustenance from prisoners whose will to live remained strong enough to nourish their hunger. The news of Percival's death reached his family through official channels that treated it as a routine administrative matter rather than the end of a life lived with honor and purpose. Kendra received the notification while Ariana slept fitfully upstairs, still struggling with the magical instability that had resulted from her traumatic encounter with the Muggle boys. The letter was brief, formal, and utterly inadequate to convey the magnitude of loss that had befallen the Dumbledore family. But Kendra Dumbledore had always possessed reserves of strength that others found remarkable, an ability to bear burdens that would have crushed lesser souls. She had married Percival knowing that his work brought dangers and responsibilities that could affect their entire family. She had supported his decision to seek justice for Ariana's attack, even while understanding the potential consequences. And now she accepted his death as the final price of their daughter's protection, grieving deeply but without bitterness or regret. The years following Percival's death transformed Kendra from a supporting figure in her family's story into its central pillar, the foundation upon which her children's futures would be built. She became both mother and father to Albus, Aberforth, and Ariana, providing the stability and love that allowed them to grow despite the tragedy that had shattered their early lives. Her strength was not the brittle hardness of someone who had closed her heart to pain, but the flexible resilience of steel, tempered by fire, and made stronger through testing. Kendra's devotion to her children was absolute, but it was her care for Ariana that defined her daily existence. The attack that had claimed Percival's freedom and ultimately his life had left their youngest child fundamentally changed. Her magical abilities twisted into something unpredictable and dangerous. Ariana had become what magical theorists called an obscurial, a young witch whose magic, suppressed by trauma and fear, had turned inward and become a destructive force that threatened not only herself but anyone around her. Managing an obscurial child required constant vigilance, endless patience, and a kind of love that transcended ordinary parental devotion. Kendra learned to read the subtle signs that preceded Ariana's magical outbursts, the tension in her daughter's shoulders, the distant look in her eyes, the way magic seemed to gather around her like storm clouds building before thunder. On good days, Ariana was the sweet, loving child she had always been, eager to help with household tasks and delighted by simple pleasures like garden flowers or evening stories. On bad days, she was a stranger wearing her daughter's face, lost in internal battles that no external comfort could reach. The obscurus that lived within Ariana was not evil in any conventional sense, but it was profoundly alien to human experience. A manifestation of magic divorced from conscious control or rational purpose. It fed on Ariana's emotional distress, growing stronger during periods of fear or anger, sometimes manifesting as visible darkness that writhed around her like living shadow. Kendra learned to approach these episodes with the calm authority of someone who understood that panic would only make the situation more dangerous, but the strain of maintaining such composure took its toll on her physical and emotional well-being. The isolation imposed by Ariana's condition was perhaps the heaviest burden Kendra bore. They could not risk exposing their daughter's true state to the magical community, where obscurials were viewed with fear and suspicion, considered too dangerous to live freely, and too powerful to contain safely. The family's friends gradually fell away. Their social invitations declined so often that they eventually stopped coming. Their questions about Ariana's absence from magical gatherings deflected with vague references to illness or travel. Kendra found herself becoming the sole buffer between her daughter and a world that would not understand or accept what she had become. She managed their household finances, maintained correspondence with relatives and family friends, dealt with all external responsibilities while ensuring that Ariana remained safely hidden from scrutiny. The weight of these accumulated stresses pressed upon her like physical burden, aging her prematurely and exhausting reserves of energy that seemed inexhaustible to others, but felt desperately finite to herself. As Albus grew into young manhood and his magical abilities became apparent to the wider wizarding community, Kendra faced additional challenges in managing the family's public image. Her eldest son was brilliant beyond his years, destined for greatness that would bring attention and scrutiny to the entire Dumbledore family. She supported his ambitions and celebrated his achievements, while constantly worrying about how his rising fame might affect their ability to keep Ariana's condition secret. The delicate balance Kendra had maintained for years began to shift as Ariana entered adolescence, and the obscurus within her grew stronger and more volatile. The magical outbursts that had once been containable within their home's protective wards became powerful enough to threaten the structural integrity of the building itself. Windows cracked spontaneously, walls developed fissures that spread like spiderwebs, and the very air in certain rooms grew thick with barely controlled magical energy that made breathing difficult for anyone nearby. On the day that would prove to be her last, Kendra had noticed troubling signs in Ariana's behavior from the moment of waking. Her daughter had been restless during the night, muttering in her sleep and causing small objects throughout the house to levitate and crash back down without apparent pattern or purpose. The morning brought no improvement, if anything. Ariana seemed more agitated, more disconnected from the world around her, more vulnerable to the obscurus's influence. Kendra tried all the techniques she had developed over the years for calming her daughter during these episodes. She spoke in soothing tones about pleasant memories and future plans. She prepared Ariana's favorite foods and suggested activities that had previously brought comfort. She even attempted some of the magical calming techniques that healers had suggested, though these often seemed to make the situation worse by reminding Ariana of her abnormal condition. Nothing worked. If anything, Ariana's agitation increased throughout the day, fed by some internal distress that Kendra could not identify or address. The obscurus began manifesting more visibly as the hours passed, appearing as wisps of dark energy that coiled around Ariana's body like serpents made of shadow. The temperature in her vicinity dropped noticeably, and small objects began moving of their own accord, orbiting around her as if caught in some invisible whirlwind. By evening, Kendra realized that this episode was different from any they had weathered before, more intense and less controllable than even the worst of Ariana's previous outbursts. She sent word to Albus, who was away on some scholarly pursuit, asking him to return home immediately. She attempted to contact Aberforth, hoping that his presence might provide some comfort to his sister. But even as she took these precautions, she understood that they might not be enough to contain what was building within her youngest child. The explosion, when it came, was not the result of anger or fear, but of a kind of magical overflow, as if the Obscurus had simply grown too large for Ariana's body to contain. The dark energy that had been coiling around her suddenly expanded outward with the force of a bomb, shattering every window in the house, cracking the stone foundation, and sending furniture flying in all directions like debris from some terrible storm. Kendra, who had been reaching toward her daughter in a futile attempt to offer comfort, was caught directly in the path of this magical explosion. The force that struck her was not conventional magic that could be blocked or deflected, but raw destructive energy that overwhelmed her body's natural defenses and caused catastrophic internal damage. She was thrown against the far wall of their sitting room with such violence that her ribs cracked and her head struck the stone with a sound like breaking pottery. In the aftermath of the explosion, as dust settled and debris stopped falling from the ceiling, an eerie silence fell over the ruins of what had been their home. Ariana, suddenly calm as she always was after these episodes, looked around in confusion at the destruction surrounding her. She saw her mother's still form against the wall and approached with the innocent curiosity of someone whose memory of recent events had been mercifully wiped clean by the Obscurus's retreat. Kendra Dumbledore died with her eyes open, looking toward the daughter she had protected and loved beyond all reason. Her last expression, one of infinite sadness rather than fear or anger. She had given her life to keep Ariana safe from a world that would not understand her condition, and in the end, it was that very condition that claimed her life. The irony was not lost on those who later learned the truth of her death, but it would have been no surprise to Kendra herself, who had always understood that love sometimes demanded ultimate sacrifice. The discovery of Kendra's body and the destruction of their home fell to Albus, who arrived to find his world fundamentally altered in ways that would shape every decision he made for the rest of his long life. He gathered his sobbing sister in his arms, understanding immediately what had happened even if the details remained unclear, and began the process of rebuilding not just their physical home, but the entire structure of their family's existence. Ariana Dumbledore's death came not in childhood, when the Obscurus first took root in her damaged psyche, nor in the turbulent years of adolescence when its power grew beyond her ability to control, but in the terrible moment when love and ambition collided with such force that innocent life was crushed between them like a flower caught in an avalanche. She had grown into young womanhood bearing burdens that no person should have to carry, her magical abilities twisted into something alien and dangerous by the trauma she had suffered as a child. The attack by the 3 Muggle boys had not simply hurt her physically, but had fundamentally altered her relationship with the magic that flowed through her veins like lifeblood. What should have been a source of joy and wonder became instead a constant threat, an internal enemy that could emerge without warning to destroy everything she held dear. In the years following their mother's death, Ariana had become the responsibility and concern around which both her brothers organized their lives. Albus, brilliant and ambitious, found his dreams of traveling the world and making his mark on magical society constrained by the need to care for a sister whose condition required constant supervision. Aberforth, less academically gifted, but perhaps more emotionally attuned to Ariana's needs, appointed himself her primary guardian and protector, viewing her not as burden, but as precious charge. whose welfare took precedence over all other considerations. The arrival of Gellert Grindelwald in their lives disrupted the careful balance that the surviving Dumbledore siblings had maintained since their mother's death. Grindelwald was everything that Albus had dreamed of finding in a friend and collaborator, brilliant, ambitious, possessed of magical theories that matched his own in scope and daring. More than that, he offered something that Albus had never experienced before: the companionship of an equal, someone whose intellect could match his own, and whose vision of the future resonated with his deepest aspirations. The friendship that blossomed between Albus and Gellert was intense in the way that only youthful partnerships can be, fueled by shared dreams of reshaping the wizarding world according to their enlightened principles. They spent hours in passionate discussion about the greater good that could be achieved if magical people stepped out of hiding and claimed their rightful place as leaders of a world that desperately needed their guidance. Their conversations ranged from abstract philosophy to concrete plans, touching on everything from political theory to practical magic, bound together by the intoxicating belief that they possessed both the vision and the ability to create a better future for everyone. But Aberforth, whose priorities had never wavered from his sister's welfare, viewed Grindelwald's influence on Albus with growing alarm and resentment. He saw how his elder brother's attention shifted away from family responsibilities toward grand schemes that had no place for a damaged young woman whose care required patience and love rather than brilliance and ambition. The careful routines that had provided structure and stability for Ariana began to deteriorate as Albus became increasingly absorbed in his discussions with Grindelwald, leaving more and more of the daily burden of her care to fall on Aberforth's shoulders. The tension between the brothers, simmering for weeks beneath the surface of family politeness, finally erupted on a day when Ariana's condition had been particularly unstable. She had experienced several minor episodes throughout the morning, moments when the obscurus within her stirred restlessly and caused objects to move without her conscious control. Aberforth, exhausted from nights of interrupted sleep and days of constant vigilance, confronted Albus about his neglect of their sister's needs and his obsession with Grindelwald's revolutionary fantasies. The argument that followed laid bare years of accumulated frustration and competing loyalties that had never been adequately addressed. Aberforth accused Albus of being selfish and irresponsible, of prioritizing his own ambitions over their sister's welfare, of forgetting the sacrifices their parents had made to keep Ariana safe. Albus, stung by accusations that contained more truth than he was comfortable acknowledging, responded with equal heat, arguing that his work with Grindelwald could benefit not just their family, but the entire magical world, that sometimes individual sacrifices were necessary for the greater good. Grindelwald, far from trying to diffuse the confrontation between the brothers, seemed almost to encourage it, perhaps seeing an opportunity to solidify his influence over Albus by forcing him to choose between family obligations and their shared vision of magical supremacy. His interventions in the argument were calculated to inflame rather than calm, his words chosen to highlight the constraints that family responsibility placed on Albus's potential for greatness. As the verbal confrontation escalated, magic began to crackle in the air around the three young men, their wands drawn almost without conscious thought as emotions reached the boiling point. Aberforth's magic was fueled by protective instinct and righteous anger, Albus's by frustration and guilt that he could not acknowledge, Grindelwald's by cold ambition and the thrill of conflict that might reshape the dynamics between the brothers to his advantage. Ariana, drawn by the sound of raised voices and the increasingly volatile magical energy that filled their home, appeared in the doorway of the room, where her brothers and their friend were facing off with wands raised and faces flushed with anger. She understood, with the intuitive wisdom that sometimes compensated for her magical instability, that the two people she loved most in the world were about to do something that could not be undone, that the family which had protected her throughout her troubled life was about to destroy itself through anger and misguided pride. Her attempt to intervene was motivated by pure love, the desperate need to prevent her brothers from harming each other, but her magical condition made any emotional distress dangerous not only to herself but to everyone around her. As she stepped into the room, pleading with Albus and Aberforth to stop their fighting, the Obscurus within her responded to her distress by manifesting as visible darkness that coiled around her small form like living shadow. The sight of their sister in the grip of her magical affliction should have ended the confrontation immediately, united the brothers in their shared concern for her welfare. Instead, the presence of uncontrolled obscurial magic in an already volatile situation created the perfect conditions for catastrophe. 3 wands were raised. 3 powerful wizards were channeling their magic through anger and fear. And at the center of it all was a young woman whose own magical abilities had been twisted beyond her control. The spells that flew in that terrible moment were cast not with careful aim or specific intent, but in the desperate confusion of a magical battle where friend could not be distinguished from foe, where protective instinct and aggressive impulse became indistinguishable. Albus later claimed he had been trying to shield Ariana from Grindelwald's magic. Aberforth insisted he had been attempting to disarm both Albus and Grindelwald before they could harm their sister. Grindelwald, when cornered years later, maintained that his spells had been purely defensive, meant only to protect himself from the brothers' attack. The truth of who cast the curse that ended Ariana's life was lost in the chaos of that moment, obscured by the intersection of 3 magical wills and 1 tortured soul caught between them. What was certain was that Ariana Dumbledore, 19 years old and innocent of any crime, except the misfortune of having been born into a world that could not accommodate her damaged gift, fell to the floor of her own home, struck down by magic cast by someone who claimed to love her. Her death was not the dramatic collapse that marked the end of dark wizards in tales of heroism and adventure, nor the peaceful passing that came to those who died, surrounded by loved ones in the fullness of their years. Ariana simply stopped, her life extinguished as suddenly and unexpectedly as a candle blown out by an unexpected breeze. The obscurus that had tormented her throughout her young life dissipated like smoke, finally released from the prison of her traumatized psyche, leaving behind only the still form of a girl who had never been allowed to discover what she might have become under different circumstances. In the silence that followed, as the 3 young men stared at the consequences of their anger and ambition, the true cost of their grand theories and petty resentments became horrifyingly clear. Here was the greater good that Albus and Grindelwald had discussed so eloquently, a dead girl whose only crime had been loving brothers who loved their own interests more than they loved her. Here was the result of placing abstract principles above human welfare, of allowing pride and ideology to override the simple duty of protecting those who could not protect themselves. The aftermath of Ariana's death shattered not only the Dumbledore family but the friendship between Albus and Grindelwald that had seemed so promising and powerful. Grindelwald, faced with the reality of what their philosophical discussions had led to, revealed the coldness at his core by showing little grief for Ariana's death beyond its inconvenience to their plans. He left Godric's Hollow that very night, understanding that his welcome had ended with the life of the girl whose protection should have been their highest priority. Aberforth's grief transformed into a hatred for his elder brother that would endure for decades, fueled not only by the loss of Ariana, but by the knowledge that her death had been entirely preventable. If Albus had remembered his duties as a brother, If he had not become so infatuated with Grindelwald's vision of magical supremacy, if he had put family before philosophy, their sister would still be alive. The guilt and anger that consumed Aberforth was matched only by that which settled upon Albus like a weight that would never be lifted. For Albus Dumbledore, Ariana's death marked the end of his youth and the beginning of a lifetime of atonement. The brilliant young wizard who had dreamed of leading the magical world into a golden age of enlightenment was replaced by someone who understood that the greatest wisdom lay in recognizing the limits of one's own wisdom, that the most important magic was not the spectacular spells that could reshape reality, but the quiet daily choices that protected the vulnerable from harm. The grave where Ariana was buried in Godric's Hollow became a place of pilgrimage for her surviving brothers, though they never visited it together and rarely acknowledged their shared grief. Her headstone bore only her name and dates. But to those who knew her story, it represented something far more profound. The price paid for the sins of those who loved her, the innocent life sacrificed to teach lessons about the danger of placing ideology above humanity. In the decades that followed, when Albus Dumbledore became the most respected wizard of his generation, and Aberforth retreated to the anonymity of tavern keeping, both brothers carried Ariana's memory as a reminder of what they had lost and what they had learned. Her death had taught them that love, to be meaningful, must express itself in action rather than merely intention, that protection of the innocent required sacrifice of personal ambition, and that some prices, once paid, could never be refunded or forgotten. The tragedy that claimed 3 members of the Dumbledore family within the span of a few short years became one of those sorrows that shape not only individual destinies, but the broader currents of history. Percival's sacrifice for his daughter's protection, Kendra's death while caring for her damaged child, and Ariana's loss in the crossfire of others' ambitions created ripples that would spread through the wizarding world for generations, influencing decisions and actions that would determine the fate of countless lives yet to be born. In the decaying grandeur of a house that had once known better days, where shadows gathered like guilty secrets, and the air itself seemed thick with generations of accumulated hatred, lived a man whose pride had long since curdled into something approaching madness. Marvolo Gaunt possessed little beyond his name, his contempt for those he deemed inferior, and 2 artifacts that represented the last vestiges of a bloodline stretching back to Salazar Slytherin himself. These treasures, a ring bearing the Slytherin coat of arms and a locket that had once adorned the founder's own chest, were more than mere jewelry to Marvolo. They were proof of his superiority, tangible connections to a heritage that justified his belief that pure-blood wizards were destined to rule over both magical and non-magical communities alike. The hovel where the Gaunts lived in Little Hangleton was a monument to fallen greatness, its rooms filled with the detritus of a family that had squandered its wealth and influence through generations of inbreeding and obsessive devotion to blood purity. The floorboards sagged under the weight of accumulated neglect. The walls bore stains that spoke of violence and despair, and the very atmosphere seemed poisoned by years of anger and resentment that had festered without outlet or resolution. Marvolo's son Morphin had inherited his father's hatred but not his cunning, expressing his contempt for muggles through crude magical attacks that drew unwanted attention from ministry officials tasked with maintaining the international statute of wizarding secrecy. His daughter Merope had received neither hatred nor intelligence in full measure, existing as a shadow in her own home, beaten down by years of abuse and neglect until she seemed barely capable of independent thought or action. The confrontation that would ultimately claim Marvolo's life began when ministry officials arrived to investigate Morphin's latest assault on a muggle, an incident that had been witnessed by too many people to be easily covered up or explained away. The Aurors who came to arrest Morphin found themselves facing not just one belligerent wizard but an entire family that viewed their authority as illegitimate intrusion into pure-blood affairs. Marvolo's rage at the ministry's presumption in arresting his son was compounded by his humiliation at being overpowered by wizards. He considered beneath his notice employees of a government that, in his view, had betrayed its proper role by protecting muggles rather than ruling over them. The magical battle that erupted in the Gaunt hovel was brief but vicious, with father and son fighting desperately against overwhelming odds while Merope cowered in the corner, too frightened to help and too loyal to flee. The outcome was never in doubt. Marvolo and Morphin, for all their pure-blood heritage and Parseltongue abilities, were no match for trained auras operating under official sanction. They were subdued, bound with magical restraints, and transported to the ministry for processing and sentencing. Morphin, whose attack on the muggle had been both unprovoked and witnessed, received a lengthy prison term. Marvolo, as his accomplice and co-conspirator, was sentenced to 6 months in Azkaban, a term that reflected both the seriousness of his offense and his advanced age. The months Marvolo spent in Azkaban's damp cells were a form of torture specifically designed to break the spirits of those who had lived their entire lives believing in their own superiority. The dementors that guarded the prison fed eagerly on his memories of past glory, draining away the warmth and satisfaction he had derived from his pure-blood heritage until only cold facts remained. The physical conditions of his imprisonment, the inadequate food, the constant dampness, the proximity to common criminals whom he viewed as beneath contempt, worked their own form of degradation on his aged body. But it was not the prison itself that ultimately destroyed Marvolo Gaunt. It was what he found upon his return home. The discovery that his carefully ordered world had collapsed in his absence, in ways that challenged every assumption about blood, purity, family loyalty, and the natural order of wizarding society. He had expected to find Merope waiting faithfully for his return. The house maintained as well as their poverty allowed, his precious artifacts safe and secure in their hiding places. Instead, he found emptiness. The hovel stood abandoned, its few valuable possessions missing, its air thick with the staleness of a place that had been deserted for months. His initial assumption was that Merope had been killed or kidnapped, that some enemy had struck while she was defenseless and alone. This possibility, terrible as it was preferable to the truth that gradually revealed itself as he searched for clues to his daughter's fate. The evidence was subtle but damning to someone who knew Merope's habits and limitations. Certain items were missing, not the valuable artifacts that a burglar would have targeted, but personal possessions that had no worth to anyone except their owner. The house had been abandoned gradually rather than suddenly, with signs that someone had lived there alone for weeks before finally departing. Most tellingly, the hiding places where he kept his most precious treasures showed evidence of careful searching by someone who knew their approximate locations. The truth, when it finally dawned on him, was more devastating than any physical blow the ministry auras had inflicted during his arrest. Merope, timid, downtrodden, supposedly loyal Merope had betrayed everything he held sacred. She had not merely stolen his artifacts, but had done so to finance the most unthinkable act of blood treason: marriage to a muggle. The daughter he had raised to understand the supreme importance of pure blood heritage had chosen to pollute their ancient lineage with the tainted blood of someone who possessed no magic at all. The investigation that followed consumed the last reserves of Marvolo's strength and sanity. He questioned neighbors with a desperation that bordered on hysteria, piecing together the story of his daughter's romance with Tom Riddle Sr. through fragments of gossip and reluctant admissions from people who had witnessed their courtship with mixture of amusement and bewilderment. The picture that emerged was of a young woman so starved for affection that she had been willing to betray everything she had been taught in order to experience love, however artificial and temporary it might prove to be. The knowledge that Merope had used love potions to secure her muggle's affection was small comfort to Marvolo, who saw this not as evidence of magical superiority, but as proof of his daughter's fundamental corruption. A true pureblood would never have needed to resort to such desperate measures. A true pureblood would never have desired a muggle's love in the first place. The fact that Merope had been driven to use magic to create an illusion of romance only highlighted how far she had fallen from the ideals he had tried to instill in her. Worse still was the news that his daughter was not merely married but pregnant, carrying a child whose mixed heritage would forever taint the Gaunt bloodline. The baby growing within Merope's womb represented the ultimate failure of everything Marvolo had believed in and fought for throughout his life. His family's connection to Salazar Slytherin, maintained through centuries of careful breeding and sacrifice, would be diluted and corrupted by the blood of someone who probably could not even see magic, much less perform it. The shock of these revelations proved too much for a constitution already weakened by age and imprisonment. Marvolo's body, which had survived 6 months of Azkaban's harsh conditions through sheer stubborn will, began to fail as his spirit crumbled under the weight of his daughter's betrayal. He stopped eating regularly, spending his days sitting in the ruins of his home, staring at the empty spaces where his treasures had once rested, muttering curses and prophecies that no one was left to hear. His final weeks were marked by a descent into a madness that was part grief, part rage, and part simple inability to process a reality that contradicted everything he had believed about the world and his place in it. He spoke to visitors who existed only in his imagination, carrying on conversations with long-dead ancestors who he claimed were demanding explanations for his failure to preserve the family honor. He raged against Merope with such vehemence that his voice grew hoarse and cracked, then fell silent altogether, as his body simply lacked the strength to sustain his fury. The end came quietly, almost anticlimactically, on a winter morning when frost covered the windows of the hovel. Like delicate lace, Marvolo Gaunt died in the same chair where he had spent his final weeks, his eyes fixed on nothing, his mouth twisted in an expression that might have been surprise at finding himself defeated by something as simple and inevitable as mortality. The pure-blood supremacist who had lived his entire life believing in his own superiority died alone and forgotten, his death unwitnessed and unmourned by anyone who might have understood the full scope of what he had lost. The irony of his demise was not lost on those few who knew the full story of the Gaunt family's decline. Marvolo had spent his life despising muggles as inferior creatures unworthy of magical consideration. Yet it was a muggle who had ultimately destroyed him not through violence or direct confrontation, but simply by accepting the love of a daughter who had been denied affection throughout her miserable existence. Tom Riddle Sr., entirely unaware of the magical world's existence, had accomplished what ministry auras and years of poverty could not: the complete destruction of Marvolo Gaunt's sense of self and purpose. In the broader tapestry of magical history, Marvolo's death would prove to be merely the first thread pulled from a pattern that would unravel with increasing speed and devastating consequences. His daughter Merope, freed from his tyrannical influence but carrying the scars of years of abuse, was already walking the path that would lead to her own destruction and the birth of the most dangerous dark wizard the world had ever known. The love potion that had secured Tom Riddle Sr.'s temporary devotion could not indefinitely override his natural repulsion to the poverty and desperation that surrounded Merope's life. As her pregnancy progressed and the magical compulsion began to weaken, he found himself increasingly bewildered by his own behavior, questioning how he had come to marry someone so far beneath his social station, someone whose very presence seemed to drain the joy and vitality from his previously carefree existence. Merope, perhaps sensing her husband's growing detachment, made the fateful decision to release him from the love potion's influence, hoping that the child she carried might prove sufficient bond to keep him by her side. It was a gamble born of desperation rather than wisdom, the choice of someone who had never experienced genuine love and therefore could not distinguish between magical compulsion and natural affection. The results of her decision were swift and devastating. Tom Riddle Sr., suddenly free from the artificial emotions that had bound him to his wife, saw their marriage with horrifying clarity. Here was a woman he would never have chosen under normal circumstances, someone whose poverty and strangeness had been hidden from him by magical deception. The house where they lived together seemed suddenly squalid beyond endurance, filled with objects and odors that spoke of a lifestyle utterly foreign to his comfortable middle-class sensibilities. His departure was as sudden as his original infatuation had been, driven by a combination of disgust, bewilderment, and perhaps unconscious fear of forces he could not understand or control. He left behind clothes, personal possessions, and a pregnant wife who had sacrificed everything for the illusion of love, returning to his family's mansion in Little Hangleton, as if awakening from a particularly vivid and unpleasant dream. For Merope, abandoned and pregnant in a London that seemed impossibly vast and hostile, her husband's desertion was the final confirmation of everything her father had taught her about her own worthlessness. The brief months of happiness she had experienced, artificial though they had been, now seemed like cruel mockery of her hopes for a different kind of life. She had betrayed her family's pure-blood heritage for love that proved to be nothing more than magical coercion, had stolen her father's treasures to finance a romance that evaporated the moment she tried to make it real. The artifacts she had taken from the Gaunt hovel, the ring and locket that represented centuries of wizarding heritage, were sold one by one to pay for lodging and food as her pregnancy progressed. Each transaction was a form of self-destruction, trading away pieces of her identity and history for the basic necessities of survival. The shopkeepers who purchased these items had no understanding of their true significance, seeing only old jewelry that might appeal to collectors of antique curiosities. The physical demands of pregnancy, combined with her emotional devastation and deteriorating living conditions, took a terrible toll on Merope's health. She had never been robust, having spent her youth in conditions that bordered on starvation, subjected to physical and psychological abuse that had left her constitution permanently weakened. The stress of abandonment and poverty accelerated her decline, leaving her increasingly frail as her child grew within her womb. On a night when December snow fell like tears across London's indifferent streets, Merope Gaunt made her way to the orphanage where she would spend her final hours. Wool's orphanage was not a place of comfort or healing, but a grim institution designed to warehouse unwanted children with minimum expense and maximum efficiency. Its staff, overworked and underpaid, viewed their charges as burdens to be managed rather than human beings deserving of care and compassion. The labor that would claim Merope's life was prolonged and difficult, complicated by her weakened condition and the complete absence of magical healing that might have saved both mother and child. She gave birth without husband or family to offer comfort, attended only by staff members who saw her death as an inevitable consequence of the poverty and desperation that brought most women to their doors. Her final words, spoken to the midwife who would record them in the orphanage's ledger, were a request that her son be named Tom after his father and Marvolo after the grandfather who had never shown her kindness, but whose memory she honored even in death. It was perhaps her last attempt to create some connection between the child she was leaving behind and the heritage she had sacrificed for love. A bridge between the magical and muggle worlds that had both rejected her. Merope Gaunt died as she had lived alone, unloved, and misunderstood by those around her. Her death was recorded as a routine matter by orphanage officials who saw nothing remarkable in yet another young woman succumbing to the complications of childbirth in poverty. They could not have imagined that the infant who survived her passing would grow to become the most feared name in magical history, or that her tragic story would serve as the foundational trauma that shaped a monster. The child she left behind, Tom Marvolo Riddle, inherited from his mother's side a magical heritage stretching back to Salazar Slytherin himself, along with abilities that would manifest in ways both remarkable and terrible. From his father's side came the handsome features and natural charisma that would serve him well in his rise to power. But perhaps most importantly, he inherited from both sides of his family a legacy of abandonment and rejection that would poison his understanding of love and human connection for the rest of his unnaturally long life. In the orphanage where Tom Riddle would spend his formative years, already displaying signs of the magical ability and sociopathic tendencies that would define his adult life, other children learned to fear and avoid him. His power manifested early and in ways that suggested a fundamental lack of empathy or moral restraint. He could make animals do his bidding, could inflict pain on those who crossed him, could enter and manipulate the dreams of those who shared his dormitory. One of his first victims was a girl named Myrtle Warren, a student at Hogwarts whose only crime was being in the wrong place when Tom Riddle decided to test the limits of his inherited abilities. She was an awkward, unpopular child whose thick glasses and tendency to cry over minor slights made her a natural target for bullying by crueler classmates. Her habit of retreating to the girls' bathroom to sob in private provided the perfect opportunity for murder that would go undetected and unpunished for decades. The basilisk that Tom had discovered and learned to control through his inherited Parseltongue abilities was an ancient creature of immense power, hidden within Hogwarts since the time of Salazar Slytherin himself. For 50 years, it had slumbered in the Chamber of Secrets, waiting for an heir worthy of commanding its deadly gift. In Tom Riddle, it found not a worthy heir, but a twisted descendant whose lack of restraint would lead to consequences that even Slytherin might have found excessive. The encounter between Myrtle and the basilisk was brief, but absolute in its finality. She had been crying in her usual stall, nursing some perceived slight from classmates who found her emotional displays tiresome, when she heard the sound that would be her last sensation, the whisper of scales against stone, as something vast and ancient moved through the pipes that connected the castle's hidden chambers to its everyday spaces. Her curiosity, the same trait that made her an adequate student despite her social difficulties, compelled her to investigate the unusual sound. She opened the stall door and looked directly into the eyes of death itself, meeting the basilisk's lethal gaze without protection or preparation. The killing was instantaneous, her heart stopping the moment their eyes met, her body collapsing to the bathroom floor, with a sound that echoed off the stone walls like a final, tragic punctuation mark. The terror frozen on Myrtle's face when her body was discovered spoke of the horror she had experienced in her final moment, but it also provided a crucial clue that investigators would overlook for decades. The only way to kill someone merely by looking at them was through the direct gaze of a basilisk, yet the creature responsible remained hidden, its existence known only to the boy who had awakened it and directed its deadly attention toward an innocent victim. Tom Riddle's satisfaction at the success of his first murder was enhanced by the chaos and fear that followed Myrtle's death. Students and staff who had previously ignored or dismissed him as merely another orphaned oddity now spoke in hushed whispers about the monster loose in the castle, the ancient evil that had claimed an innocent life and might strike again at any moment. The power he had wielded through the basilisk was intoxicating, offering a glimpse of the dominion over life and death that would become his ultimate obsession. But even as he savored his success, Tom understood that suspicion would eventually turn in his direction if additional murders occurred. The investigation led by the faculty would intensify, the protective measures would multiply, and his own activities would come under scrutiny that might reveal his connection to the Chamber of Secrets and its ancient guardian. Discretion suggested that the basilisk should return to its slumber, at least until circumstances provided better opportunities for its use. The decision to frame Hagrid for the attack was born from Tom's precocious understanding of how prejudice and fear could be manipulated to serve his purposes. The half-giant boy was already viewed with suspicion by many students and staff, his large size and dangerous pets making him a convenient scapegoat for violence that seemed beyond ordinary human capability. Moreover, Hagrid's obvious grief at Myrtle's death could easily be interpreted as guilt by those predisposed to believe in his culpability. The spider that Tom killed and planted as evidence of Hagrid's supposed monster was a masterpiece of misdirection, just plausible enough to convince authorities eager to solve a case that had brought unwanted attention to the school. Hagrid's expulsion and the subsequent official closure of the investigation allowed Tom to escape consequences for his first murder, while establishing patterns of deception and manipulation that would serve him throughout his rise to power. Years later, when Tom Riddle had transformed himself into Lord Voldemort and begun his campaign of terror against both magical and muggle communities, he would return to the Riddle family mansion in Little Hangleton, with purposes that extended beyond simple revenge. The man he had become was incapable of the love that might have led to forgiveness, incapable of the understanding that might have recognized his father's departure as understandable reaction to magical coercion rather than personal rejection. Tom Riddle Sr. had aged gracefully in the years since his brief, inexplicable marriage, his life returning to the comfortable patterns that had been interrupted so mysteriously during his youth. He lived quietly with his parents, managing the family estate, participating in local society in ways appropriate to his station. The strange months when he had been married to a peculiar young woman from the village's poorest quarter seemed like half-remembered dreams, incidents he preferred not to examine too closely lest they disturb his carefully maintained equilibrium. The discovery that he had fathered a child during that period came as a shock that reordered his understanding of his own past, but by then it was too late for any response, except bewilderment and perhaps a trace of guilt for abandoning someone who had needed his support. The son he had never known was already making his mark on the world in ways that would have horrified any parent had he known the truth of what his abandonment had helped create. The night that Tom Riddle, now calling himself Lord Voldemort, returned to claim his father's life was unremarkable in every way except its ending. The elder, Tom Riddle, was dining with his parents in their accustomed manner, discussing local affairs and family business with the comfortable familiarity of people who had shared the same conversations for decades. The house around them was warm and welcoming, filled with evidence of prosperity and stability that represented everything Voldemort had been denied during his institutional childhood. The killing curses that ended 3 lives in swift succession were cast without passion or particular malice, more like a chore to be completed than revenge to be savored. Voldemort had long since moved beyond human emotions like anger or resentment into something colder and more purely destructive. The Muggle father, who had abandoned his pregnant wife, and the grandparents, who had never known of their grandson's existence, died not because of any specific offense, but simply because their continued existence was inconsistent. The story Voldemort chose to tell about his origins and destiny, the terror frozen on their faces when their bodies were discovered the next morning, spoke of the horror they had experienced in their final moments. But it also served as a message to anyone capable of understanding its significance. Here was power that could reach into the most secure homes, that could claim lives without warning or apparent motive, that could strike down the innocent as easily as the guilty. The Muggle police who investigated the scene found no evidence of conventional murder, no signs of forced entry or physical violence, only 3 people who had apparently died of fear so intense that their hearts had simply stopped beating. For Voldemort, the murder of his father and paternal grandparents served multiple purposes beyond simple elimination of unwanted family connections. It provided an opportunity to create his first Horcrux, splitting his soul through the act of murder and binding a piece of it to his mother's ring, the same artifact that Merope had stolen from her father and eventually sold to support herself during her pregnancy. The symbolism was perhaps unconscious, but nonetheless powerful, using patricide to achieve immortality through an object that represented the magical heritage he had inherited from the pure-blood family that had rejected his mother. The creation of the Horcrux was an act of magic so dark and destructive that even most dark wizards would have hesitated to attempt it, involving rituals that violated the fundamental nature of human existence. By splitting his soul, Voldemort gained a form of protection against death that had never been achieved in the history of magic, but at the cost of his remaining humanity. The process left him fundamentally altered, less human and more monster, capable of acts that would have been unthinkable, even to his younger self. The house where the murders had occurred was left abandoned after the investigation concluded without arrests or explanations, too tainted by unexplained death for new occupants to feel comfortable within its walls. Local residents whispered about curses and hauntings, about the impossibility of 3 healthy people dying simultaneously without apparent cause, about the strange coincidence that connected the deaths to rumors about the family's mysterious connection to the peculiar young woman who had briefly married the younger Tom Riddle decades earlier. In the years that followed, as Voldemort's power grew and his followers multiplied, the murders at the Riddle mansion would be remembered as the opening notes of a symphony of terror that would consume the wizarding world for nearly 2 decades. But for those who understood the deeper currents of the story, they represented something even more significant. The moment when Tom Riddle completed his transformation from damaged child into something that existed beyond the normal boundaries of human morality and compassion. The uncle who would pay the ultimate price for his nephew's ambitions had already spent years in Azkaban for crimes he had committed, his hatred of Muggles, and his willingness to use magic against them earning him a lengthy sentence that should have taught him the folly of such prejudices. Morphin Gaunt emerged from prison broken in body, but unchanged in spirit, his years among the Dementors having done nothing to moderate his pure-blood fanaticism or his contempt for those he viewed as inferior. The hovel to which he returned bore little resemblance to the home he remembered from his youth, though it had never been more than barely habitable, even in its better days. The roof leaked more extensively now. The walls had developed new cracks that let in drafts and moisture, and the accumulated debris of abandonment-filled rooms that had once at least been occupied, if not comfortable. Morphin's attempts to restore some semblance of order to his surroundings were hampered by his weakened condition and the simple reality that he lacked resources for even basic repairs. His routine in the months following his release was as predictable as it was pathetic. He spent his days muttering about past glories and pure-blood superiority while attempting to maintain a dwelling that seemed determined to collapse around him. His evenings were devoted to drinking whatever alcohol he could afford and nursing grievances against a world that had failed to recognize his natural superiority simply because of his family's ancient magical heritage. The visit from his unknown nephew began like many of Morphin's drunken fantasies, with a young man appearing at his door who seemed to embody everything that Morphin had believed about pure-blood excellence. Tom Riddle was handsome, articulate, obviously well-educated and magically powerful. exactly the kind of descendant that Morphin had always imagined his family deserved to produce. The fact that this paragon carried Muggle blood seemed irrelevant compared to his obvious magical ability and his apparent interest in learning about his heritage. The conversation that followed was carefully orchestrated by Tom to extract maximum information while establishing emotional connection that could be exploited later. He listened with apparent fascination as Morphin recounted family history, nodded appreciatively at stories about Salazar Slytherin and the ancient honors that had once belonged to their bloodline, expressed appropriate outrage at the injustices that had reduced the Gaunts to their current state of poverty and obscurity. But beneath his sympathetic facade, Tom was gathering intelligence for purposes that Morphin could never have suspected. Each detail about family history, each piece of information about magical artifacts and hidden treasures, each revelation about enemies and grievances was catalogued and analyzed for potential use. When Morphin mentioned the murders of the Riddle family and his satisfaction at what he assumed was revenge against the Muggles who had rejected his sister, Tom showed particular interest while carefully concealing his true relationship to the victims. The stunning spell that rendered Morphin unconscious was cast without warning or apparent provocation, leaving the old man collapsed on his own floor, while his nephew rifled through his possessions and memories with equal thoroughness. Tom's use of legilimency to explore Morphin's mind was brutal and comprehensive, extracting not just specific information, but entire networks of memory and association that would prove useful in constructing the false narrative he planned to implant. The journey to the Riddle mansion and the triple murder that followed took place while Morphin lay unconscious and vulnerable in his hovel, unaware that his identity was being used to mask crimes that would destroy the last remnants of his family's reputation. The wand that Tom borrowed for the killings carried Morphin's magical signature, creating forensic evidence that would implicate the uncle in murders committed by his nephew for purposes that served neither justice nor family honor. The memory modification that Tom performed upon his return was a masterpiece of dark magic, so skillfully executed that Morphin not only believed he had committed the murders, but took pride in what he thought was his achievement. The false memories felt as real as any actual experience, complete with sensory details and emotional resonance that made questioning their authenticity impossible. Tom had not simply implanted false information, but had created an entirely convincing alternate history that replaced truth with convenient fiction. The pride that Morphin felt in his supposed murders was exactly what Tom had counted on, ensuring that the old man would confess readily when questioned and would resist any attempts to establish his innocence. The story he told investigators was internally consistent and emotionally convincing, delivered with the satisfaction of someone who believed he had finally struck back at the forces that had oppressed his family for generations. The trial that followed was brief, its outcome predetermined by Morphin's own testimony and the physical evidence that seemed to confirm his guilt. The wand that had cast the killing curses was identified as his through magical analysis. Witness testimony placed him in the area at the time of the murders, and his own proud confession provided prosecutors with everything they needed for conviction. The fact that he made no attempt to deny his crimes or seek mercy only strengthened the case against him. The return to Azkaban was, for Morphin, a form of vindication rather than punishment. He had finally acted on the beliefs that had sustained him throughout his miserable life, had struck a blow against the Muggle oppressors who had corrupted his family's pure-blood heritage. The fact that his victims had included his own great-nephew was unknown to him, hidden behind the false memories that Tom had so carefully constructed and implanted. His final years in prison were marked by the same pride that had characterized his confession, sustained by the belief that he had died as a warrior in the war between magical and non-magical peoples. The Dementors that fed on the emotions of prisoners found his satisfaction less nourishing than despair or regret, allowing him to retain more of his personality and memories than most long-term inmates. He spoke often to fellow prisoners about his crimes, describing them with a satisfaction that made even hardened criminals uncomfortable. The death that claimed Morphin Gaunt in his cell was as unremarkable as most prison deaths, the result of accumulated damage from years of incarceration, and the simple reality that even magical healing could not indefinitely postpone the natural consequences of age and abuse. He died believing he had served his family honor and pure blood ideals, never knowing that he had been used as a tool by the very heir he had welcomed so warmly, never understanding that his proud confession had been built on lies, implanted by someone who viewed him as nothing more than a convenient scapegoat. The final victim of Tom Riddle's early crimes was neither family member nor schoolmate, but a collector whose only fault lay in possessing objects that the future Dark Lord coveted for his own purposes. Hepsiba Smith was elderly, wealthy, and utterly enchanted by the handsome young man from Borgin and Berks who had made such an impression during their business dealings. Her loneliness, the isolation that comes to those who outlive their contemporaries and find themselves surrounded by servants rather than friends, made her vulnerable to the charm offensive that Tom mounted with calculated precision. The treasures she showed him during his visits, Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, represented exactly the kind of magical artifacts that Tom required for his experiments with Horcruxes and his growing obsession with immortality. These were not merely valuable antiques, but objects with deep connections to Hogwarts founders, artifacts that carried both historical significance and magical power that could be harnessed for darker purposes than their creators had ever intended. Hepsiba's trust in her charming visitor was absolute, based on the belief that someone so well-mannered and knowledgeable about magical artifacts could never pose a threat to a lonely old woman who simply wanted company and conversation. She had no way of knowing that Tom's interest in her collection extended far beyond professional assessment, no reason to suspect that his flattering attention was motivated by anything other than genuine affection for an elderly collector who appreciated his expertise. The poison that ended her life was administered with the same casual efficiency that had characterized all of Tom's murders, designed to appear as natural death rather than deliberate homicide. The house elf who would be blamed for the crime was mind-controlled into believing she had accidentally contaminated her mistress's cocoa, creating another convenient scapegoat while ensuring that the valuable artifacts could be stolen without suspicion falling on the charming young man who had visited so frequently in recent weeks. Hepsiba Smith died believing herself surrounded by friends and servants who cared for her welfare, never knowing that her trust had been betrayed by someone who viewed her not as a person, but as an obstacle to be removed once she had served her purpose. Her death, like all the others that marked Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort, was notable not for its cruelty, but for its coldness, the mechanical efficiency of someone who had moved beyond human emotion into something approaching pure predatory instinct. The murders that established Tom Riddle's reputation as a killer were united by their calculated nature and their service to larger purposes that transcended simple malice or revenge. Each victim had possessed something he needed: information, artifacts, or simply convenient identities to be stolen and exploited. Each death had taught him lessons about the exercise of power and the vulnerability of those who trusted too easily or loved too freely. Each killing had moved him further from the humanity he had inherited from both sides of his family heritage, transforming him step by step into the monster who would eventually terrorize the wizarding world for decades to come. The first shadows of what would become known as the First Wizarding War began to fall across magical Britain like storm clouds gathering on distant horizons, their darkness still subtle enough that many chose to ignore the warning signs rather than prepare for the tempest that was approaching. In quiet corners of the magical community, Whispers spoke of a brilliant young wizard who had disappeared from respectable society only to re-emerge as something far more dangerous, a figure who commanded growing numbers of followers and preached a doctrine of magical supremacy that echoed the worst impulses of pure-blood fanaticism. The name Voldemort was still spoken cautiously in those early days, more rumor than confirmed threat, but those who understood the deeper currents of magical politics recognized the signs of approaching catastrophe. Ancient families, whose pure blood credentials stretched back centuries, found themselves divided between those who viewed the rising Dark Lord as salvation for their declining influence, and those who understood that his vision of magical dominance would consume innocent and guilty alike in its pursuit of absolute power. Among the first casualties of this emerging conflict was Edgar Bones, a wizard whose only crime had been serving the magical community with integrity and dedication throughout his career as an Auror. He had built a reputation for fairness and competence that transcended the political divisions, threatening to tear apart the Ministry of Magic. Working cases that required both magical expertise and moral clarity in equal measure. His investigations into dark arts activity had brought him to the attention of Voldemort's followers, marking him as a target whose elimination would send a clear message about the price of opposing the New Order. The attack on the Bones family came without warning on a night when autumn mist cloaked their home in rural England, providing perfect cover for Death Eaters who had learned to use natural conditions to enhance their tactical advantages. Edgar had been working late in his study, reviewing case files that documented the increasing boldness of dark wizards who seemed to operate with impunity despite ministry efforts to contain their activities. His wife and children slept peacefully in bedrooms above, unaware that their quiet domestic life was about to become another casualty in a war that officially did not yet exist. The protective wards that Edgar had placed around his property were sophisticated but not designed to withstand coordinated assault by multiple skilled attackers operating under Voldemort's direct guidance. The Death Eaters who breached his defenses moved with military precision, their attack planned and rehearsed to maximize both tactical effectiveness and psychological impact. They were not merely killing enemies but making examples, demonstrating to the magical community the futility of resistance and the terrible consequences that awaited those who chose the wrong side in the coming conflict. Edgar's final stand in his own living room was brief but heroic, a desperate attempt to buy time for his family to escape through emergency portkeys he had hidden throughout the house for exactly such contingencies. His dueling skills, honed through years of Auror training and field experience, allowed him to hold off his attackers longer than they had anticipated, his spells finding their marks with precision born from professional expertise and paternal desperation. But he was ultimately outnumbered and outmaneuvered by enemies who fought without regard for their own safety, caring only for mission completion and the rewards that success would bring. The murder of Edgar's wife and children was not military necessity but calculated cruelty, designed to eliminate any possibility of revenge or resistance from surviving family members, while demonstrating to other potential opponents the comprehensive nature of Death Eater justice. These innocents had committed no crimes except sharing a name with someone who had opposed Voldemort's vision for magical society, their deaths serving no tactical purpose except to spread fear throughout the community and convince others that neutrality was preferable to heroism. When their bodies were discovered the next morning by ministry officials responding to automatic alerts triggered by the collapse of the house's protective wards, the scene spoke eloquently of the new realities facing magical Britain. Here was evidence that the conflict everyone had hoped to avoid was not only inevitable, but already underway, that the enemy they faced was willing to target civilians and children in pursuit of political objectives that transcended normal concepts of warfare and justice. The investigation into the Bones family murders revealed tactical sophistication that confirmed official fears about Voldemort's growing organizational capabilities and strategic intelligence. The attackers had known exactly where to strike the house's defensive perimeter, had anticipated Edgar's likely responses to invasion, had even prepared countermeasures for the emergency escape routes that few outside the immediate family should have known existed. This suggested either extensive surveillance or informants within the magical law enforcement community itself, possibilities that cast suspicion on colleagues and friends who might previously have been trusted without question. The same methodical brutality that claimed the Bones family was visited upon other Order members and their loved ones, as Voldemort's campaign expanded from isolated attacks to systematic terrorism designed to destroy the infrastructure of resistance before it could fully organize. Marlene McKinnon, whose work with magical creatures had made her valuable to Dumbledore's emerging coalition, found herself targeted not for any specific offense, but simply because her skills and connections made her dangerous to Death Eater interests. The McKinnon family had deep roots in the magical community, their name appearing in records of service and sacrifice stretching back generations. Marlene herself embodied the best traditions of this heritage, using her expertise with dangerous magical creatures to help protect both wizarding and muggle communities from threats that conventional auras were ill-equipped to handle. Her knowledge of dragon behavior had prevented disasters that could have exposed the magical world to muggle scrutiny. Her understanding of werewolf pack dynamics had helped maintain peace during full moon periods when violence often erupted between transformed and normal wizards. But it was precisely these connections that made her valuable to the Order, that ultimately sealed her fate at Death Eater hands. Voldemort's intelligence network had identified her as someone whose removal would significantly weaken Dumbledore's ability to coordinate responses to attacks involving dark creatures, many of whom were being recruited into Death Eater service through promises of territory and revenge against the wizards who had marginalized them for centuries. The assault on the McKinnon home demonstrated the same tactical precision that had characterized the Bones family murders, suggesting that Death Eater operational planning was being conducted by someone with extensive knowledge of both magical combat and family protection methods. The attackers struck during the brief window when the family was gathered together, but their defenses were at minimum strength, using intelligence about daily routines that could only have been gathered through careful surveillance or insider information. Marlene's attempt to protect her husband and children revealed both her courage and the futility of individual resistance against coordinated enemy action. Her spells were expertly cast. Her tactical decisions sound within the limitations imposed by fighting multiple opponents while trying to shield non-combatants. But the Death Eaters had planned for exactly this scenario and possessed countermeasures that negated most of her advantages. The magical creatures she might have called upon for assistance were either too distant to respond in time, or had already been eliminated by Death Eater advance teams tasked with neutralizing potential allies. The deaths of her family members were not quick mercy killings, but prolonged tortures designed to extract information about Order operations while demonstrating to Marlene herself the consequences of resistance. The Death Eaters who conducted these sessions showed expertise in both magical and psychological torture techniques, suggesting training that went far beyond what amateur terrorists could have developed independently. This was professional-level cruelty, systematically applied to achieve specific intelligence and propaganda objectives. Marlene's own death, when it finally came, was almost anticlimactic after the horrors she had been forced to witness. The killing curse that ended her life was cast with casual efficiency by attackers who viewed her not as a person but as a resource that had been fully exploited and could now be discarded. Her final thoughts. According to witnesses who arrived too late to save her but in time to observe her last moments, were not of revenge or regret, but of hope that her sacrifice might somehow protect others from experiencing similar losses. The pattern, established by these early murders, careful planning, overwhelming force, systematic elimination of entire families to prevent future revenge, became the template for Death Eater operations throughout the war's escalation. Dorcas Meadows, another Order member whose healing abilities had made her valuable to resistance operations, was targeted for personal elimination by Voldemort himself, marking her as someone whose skills posed such significant threat to his plans that delegating her death to subordinates was considered insufficient. Dorcas had distinguished herself during the war's early phases through her ability to treat injuries that conventional magical healing could not address, particularly those caused by dark magic curses that carried lingering effects designed to prevent full recovery. Her techniques for neutralizing curse damage had saved dozens of lives and allowed wounded Order members to return to active service rather than remaining permanently disabled by enemy action. This expertise made her presence on battlefields a significant tactical advantage that Death Eater commanders had learned to fear and respect. The duel between Dorcas and Voldemort himself was witnessed by several Order members who had arrived too late to prevent her death, but in time to observe her final moments of defiance. Even facing the most dangerous dark wizard in centuries, she maintained the calm professionalism that had made her legendary among those she had treated, casting healing spells on wounded allies, even as she fought desperately to avoid the killing curses that her opponent directed at her with increasing frequency and power. Her death served multiple purposes in Voldemort's strategic calculation, eliminating a valuable enemy asset while demonstrating to other Order members that even their most skilled practitioners were vulnerable to his personal attention. The message was clear. Resistance would be met with escalating responses, culminating in direct intervention by the Dark Lord himself. If lesser measures proved insufficient to achieve desired objectives, Benji Fenwick's fate represented a different kind of Death Eater brutality, one designed not merely to kill, but to terrorize through the systematic destruction of human dignity and identity. His capture during a failed Order mission provided Death Eaters with opportunities to test new torture techniques and demonstrate their creativity in devising methods of execution that would spread maximum fear throughout the resistance movement. The mutilation that Benji suffered before his death was so extensive that identification of his remains required magical analysis rather than visual recognition. His body transformed into a warning message written in flesh and bone for anyone foolish enough to continue opposing Death Eater objectives. The healers who examined his remains found evidence of torture methods that combined magical and mundane techniques in ways that maximized both physical pain and psychological trauma, suggesting that his killers had approached their work with scientific thoroughness rather than simple sadistic impulse. The recovery of what little remained of Benji served as a turning point in Order understanding of the enemy they faced, marking the moment when many members realized that Death Eaters were not merely dangerous criminals, but something approaching an organized army of psychopaths operating under the direction of someone whose conception of warfare transcended normal moral boundaries. The reports compiled by those who investigated his death were so disturbing that Dumbledore ordered them classified to prevent their contents from paralyzing other Order members with fear. But perhaps no single loss affected Order morale more profoundly than the deaths of Fabian and Gideon Pruitt, whose courage and tactical skill had made them legendary figures within resistance circles. The twin brothers had served as informal military advisors to Order operations, their experience in magical combat and their intuitive understanding of battlefield tactics, providing strategic advantages that had saved countless lives during the war's early engagements. Their reputation among Death Eaters was equally significant, marking them as priority targets whose elimination would significantly weaken Order capabilities while providing propaganda victories that could be exploited to demonstrate the futility of resistance. Voldemort himself had reportedly expressed personal interest in their capture or death, viewing them as obstacles to his strategic objectives that required direct attention rather than delegation to subordinate commanders. The trap that finally claimed their lives was elaborate in its conception and flawless in its execution, demonstrating Death Eater intelligence capabilities that suggested extensive penetration of Order security measures. The emergency that drew the Pruitt brothers into combat was manufactured specifically to create conditions where their tactical advantages would be neutralized and their numerical disadvantage would prove decisive, despite their superior individual fighting abilities. The 5 Death Eaters who faced them in final battle were not randomly selected volunteers, but carefully chosen specialists whose magical capabilities and combat experience gave them optimal chances of success against opponents whose reputations for dangerous competence were well established within enemy ranks. Each attacker brought specific skills that complemented those of his companions, creating a tactical combination that could overwhelm individual excellence through coordinated professional action. The battle itself lasted nearly 3 hours, fought through the ruins of a supposedly abandoned village that provided cover for both sides, while creating tactical complexity that favored neither attackers nor defenders decisively. The Pruitt brothers demonstrated every technique they had mastered during their years of combat experience, their spells finding targets with precision that spoke of natural talent, refined through professional training and practical application under the most dangerous possible circumstances. But courage and skill, however extraordinary, could not indefinitely overcome numerical superiority, backed by careful planning and supported by strategic intelligence that had anticipated most of their likely responses to enemy action. The Death Eaters who faced them were willing to accept casualties in pursuit of mission objectives, understanding that trading individual lives for the elimination of high-value targets represented favorable strategic exchange from their organization's perspective. The end came when both brothers had exhausted their magical reserves and sustained injuries that impaired their ability to maintain defensive positions against enemies who showed no signs of comparable fatigue. Their final spells were cast not in attempts to save themselves, but in desperate efforts to inflict maximum damage on attackers whose deaths might provide some compensation for their own approaching doom, a gesture of defiance that impressed even enemies who had come to kill them. Mad-Eye Moody's assessment of their final battle, delivered to Order members who needed to understand both the heroism and the tactical lessons represented by their deaths, became one of the most quoted analyses of individual combat performance in magical military history. His words carried the weight of professional evaluation combined with personal grief, marking the loss of colleagues whose abilities he respected and whose friendship he had valued, despite the paranoid isolation that characterized most of his relationships. According to Moody's reconstruction of their final minutes, both brothers had understood that survival was impossible but had chosen to continue fighting in hopes that their resistance might delay enemy forces long enough for other Order members to escape or regroup. Their deaths had purchased time that allowed several other resistance operations to succeed, making their sacrifice tactically meaningful, even as it represented irreplaceable personal loss to those who had known and worked with them. The bodies recovered from the battlefield showed evidence of injuries that would have been fatal individually, testament to the determination that had kept both brothers fighting long past the point where lesser wizards would have fallen or surrendered. The respect their corpses were shown by Death Eater recovery teams, unusual in a conflict marked by systematic desecration of enemy dead, suggested that even their killers had recognized the extraordinary courage displayed during the engagement. For Molly Weasley, whose brothers had died in service to ideals she shared, but whose family responsibilities prevented her from participating directly in combat operations, their deaths represented both devastating personal loss and confirmation that the war would continue to claim those she loved most dearly. The grief that consumed her during their funeral services was complicated by guilt at surviving when they had not, by fear for other family members who might face similar fates, and by anger at a conflict that seemed to demand ever-increasing sacrifices without offering reasonable hope of decisive victory. The intelligence that led to the most significant loss of the entire war came through channels so sensitive that even years later, the full details remained classified within the highest levels of Order security. Someone close to James and Lily Potter had provided information about their location and defensive arrangements to Death Eater operatives, enabling the attack that would claim their lives, while simultaneously creating the conditions for Voldemort's temporary defeat and Harry Potter's survival as the boy who lived. The choice of Peter Pettigrew as secret keeper for the Fidelius charm that protected the Potter family represented a decision born from friendship and trust rather than tactical calculation, marking one of the few occasions when personal relationships superseded security considerations in Order operational planning. James and Lily had insisted on selecting someone they viewed as loyal friend rather than the more obvious choice of Sirius Black, whose magical abilities and combat experience would have made him a more capable protector, but whose high profile also made him a more likely target for Death Eater attention. The betrayal that delivered the Potters to their deaths was not sudden treachery born from capture and torture, but carefully planned treason that had been developing for months, as Peter gradually succumbed to fear of Death Eater reprisals and attraction to the power and protection that serving Voldemort might provide. His transformation from loyal friend to enemy agent represented one of the war's most devastating intelligence failures, demonstrating how thoroughly Death Eater psychological warfare could corrupt even those who seemed most committed to resistance. The night of October 31st, 1981, began quietly in Godric's Hollow, where the Potter family was spending what they believed to be a safely hidden evening in domestic tranquility. James had been playing with young Harry, delighting in his son's early displays of magical ability, while Lily prepared for the bedtime routines that provided structure and comfort to their carefully protected household. The cottage where they lived under the Fidelius charm's protection felt secure and peaceful, a refuge from the war that raged throughout magical Britain but seemed unable to touch their hidden sanctuary. The collapse of their protections came without warning signs that might have provided opportunity for escape or defense preparation. One moment they were safe behind magical barriers that should have been impenetrable. The next, those same barriers had dissolved as if they had never existed, leaving the family exposed and vulnerable to attack by enemies who knew exactly where to find them and how to exploit their sudden defenselessness. James Potter's response to the realization that their home had been breached demonstrated both his courage and his tragic unpreparedness for combat under such circumstances. His wand lay on the sitting room mantel where he had left it after an evening of casual spell practice, too distant to reach before attackers could close the gap between entry and assault. His shouted warning to Lily to take Harry and run represented his final act as husband and father, an attempt to buy precious seconds through personal sacrifice that might allow his family to escape even if he could not. The killing curse that ended James Potter's life was cast almost casually by Voldemort, who viewed the young father's resistance as barely worthy of notice rather than heroic last stand deserving of respect or acknowledgement. James died in his own living room, struck down while reaching desperately for the wand that might have allowed him to mount meaningful defense of his family, his body falling between his wife and child and the Dark Lord who had come to claim them both. Lily Potter's final minutes were marked by desperate maternal instinct that transformed personal terror into something approaching supernatural determination. She knew that escape was impossible, understood that Voldemort's presence meant certain death for herself, and probably for Harry as well, but refused to accept that outcome without fighting for her son's survival through every means available to her. Her positioning of herself between Harry's crib and their attacker was not tactical decision, but pure maternal reflex, the instinctive response of someone whose love transcended rational calculation of odds or possibilities. The protection that Lily's sacrifice created was not planned magic, but spontaneous manifestation of forces that few wizards understood, and fewer still could deliberately invoke. Her willingness to die for Harry activated ancient magical principles that connected love, sacrifice, and protection in ways that formal education rarely addressed. But that represented some of the most powerful magic known to exist. The blood protection that resulted from her death would shield Harry not only from Voldemort's immediate killing curse, but from future attacks for years to come. The failure of the killing curse that should have ended Harry Potter's life marked the first time in recorded magical history that anyone had survived direct exposure to Voldemort's most deadly spell. The backlash that resulted from the curse's inability to claim its intended target created magical feedback that destroyed Voldemort's physical form while leaving his spirit intact but severely weakened, able to survive but unable to maintain corporeal existence without external assistance. The lightning bolt scar that marked Harry's forehead became visible proof of his encounter with forces that should have killed him instantly. But it also represented something far more significant than mere battle damage. The scar contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul, accidentally created during the Dark Lord's destruction and inadvertently implanted in the infant who had somehow survived what no other wizard in history had endured. The cottage where these events unfolded was partially destroyed by the magical energies released during Voldemort's defeat, its structure compromised but not completely collapsed, leaving behind physical evidence of the night that ended the First Wizarding War, while creating the conditions for future conflicts that would shape the magical world for decades to come. The ruins became an immediate pilgrimage site for wizards celebrating Voldemort's downfall, though few understood the true complexity of what had occurred, or the implications of Harry's survival for future generations. The aftermath of the Potter murders brought both celebration and confusion to magical Britain, as communities struggled to understand how the war that had seemed hopeless only hours before could have ended so suddenly and decisively. The news that Voldemort was gone spread faster than official confirmation could be provided, creating spontaneous celebrations that mixed relief and joy with uncertainty about what would come next for a society that had organized itself around resistance to a threat that no longer existed. But even as the magical world celebrated its liberation from Voldemort's tyranny, the hunt for his surviving followers continued under Ministry direction, aimed at capturing Death Eaters, whose continued freedom posed ongoing threats to public safety and social stability. Evan Rosier and Wilkes, two Death Eaters whose reputations for violence and magical skill made them priority targets for elimination or capture, became the focus of intensive search operations that deployed the Ministry's most capable auras against enemies who had nothing left to lose. The pursuit that claimed both Death Eaters' lives demonstrated the same tactical efficiency that had characterized successful Order operations throughout the war, but it also revealed the personal costs that even victory extracted from those who survived to see it achieved. Mad-Eye Moody's confrontation with Evan Rosier resulted in injuries that would mark him permanently, the loss of a significant portion of his nose serving as visible reminder that defeating evil required sacrifices that could never be fully calculated in advance. Rosia's final battle was fought with the desperate fury of someone who understood that capture meant imprisonment in Azkaban and that death was preferable to decades among the Dementors. His magical abilities, enhanced by desperation and freed from any concern about collateral damage or long-term consequences, made him far more dangerous in defeat than he had ever been during the war's active phases when strategic considerations had constrained his actions. The curse that cost Moody part of his nose was Rosia's final spell, cast even as the killing curse that would end his life was already leaving the Aurore's wand. The simultaneous exchange marked the kind of mutual damage that characterized magical dueling at its most deadly, where victory and defeat were separated by fractions of seconds, and the survivor was often left permanently marked by wounds that no amount of magical healing could fully repair. Wilkes met a similar fate during a separate operation that demonstrated both the effectiveness of Auror training and the continuing danger posed by Death Eaters, who had been radicalized by years of conflict and brutalized by exposure to Quaizd. Dark magic that corrupted both judgment and humanity. His death was perhaps more merciful than Rosia's, struck down by a single well-aimed curse before he could inflict comparable damage on his attackers, but it represented the same fundamental tragedy of lives wasted in service to ideology that had ultimately proven both morally bankrupt and strategically unsuccessful. The 12 Muggles, whose deaths in London marked Peter Pettigrew's final act of betrayal, were innocent victims of magical warfare who never understood the forces that claimed their lives or the political calculations that made their deaths strategically useful to someone they had never met. Their deaths served Pettigrew's desperate plan to fake his own demise, while framing Sirius Black for crimes that would eliminate a potential rival for Voldemort's favor, while providing the former Secret Keeper with a new identity that could be sustained indefinitely. The explosion that killed the Muggles was powerful enough to leave few identifiable remains, creating the forensic confusion that allowed Pettigrew to disappear completely, while leaving behind a single finger that would be accepted as proof of his death by investigators, who had no reason to suspect such elaborate deception. The magical signature of the blast was consistent with Sirius Black's known abilities, providing circumstantial evidence that supported Pettigrew's planned narrative about who was responsible for both the Muggle deaths and the Potter betrayal. For Sirius Black, the realization that he had been framed for his best friend's betrayal and murder came too late to prevent his arrest and imprisonment, marking the beginning of 12 years of wrongful incarceration that would destroy his faith in both justice and friendship, while providing Pettigrew with the security of knowing that the one person most likely to expose his treachery was safely confined where his testimony could never threaten the new life that betrayal had purchased. The First Wizarding War's end brought neither the peace nor the justice that its survivors had hoped to achieve through their sacrifices. Instead, it created conditions for future conflicts, while leaving unresolved the fundamental questions about magical society that had provided Voldemort with followers in the first place. The deaths that marked its conclusion were both endings and beginnings, final chapters in some stories and opening scenes in others that would continue to unfold for decades to come. In the quiet years that followed Voldemort's defeat, when the wizarding world struggled to rebuild from the ashes of war and convince itself that the nightmare had truly ended, death continued its patient work in shadows and silence. These were not the dramatic casualties of magical warfare, but the gentler sorrows of families touched by tragedy, the private griefs that unfold far from public notice, the small heroisms that go unrecorded in official histories but shape the world nonetheless through their accumulated weight of love and sacrifice. The story of Mrs. Crouch's devotion to her condemned son began long before the night she chose to die in Azkaban wearing his face, stretching back through years of maternal anguish as she watched Barty Crouch Jr. transform from promising young wizard into something she could barely recognize as the child she had raised with such hope and tenderness. The trial that had branded him as a Death Eater and sentenced him to life imprisonment had shattered not only his future, but her faith in everything she had believed about justice, family, and the possibility of redemption through love. Barty Crouch Sr.'s response to his son's conviction had been to disown the boy publicly while privately wrestling with guilt that consumed him like a slow-acting poison. He had built his political career on unwavering support for harsh measures against dark wizards, had personally authorized the use of unforgivable curses against Death Eaters, had argued passionately that mercy was weakness when facing enemies who showed no mercy to their victims. But when his own son stood before the Wizengamot as one of those enemies, the principles that had once seemed so clear became sources of agonizing internal conflict. Mrs. Crouch, whose given name had been lost to history in the shadow of her husband's political prominence and her son's infamous crimes, possessed neither the public platform nor the stern resolve that might have allowed her to accept what seemed to be inevitable. Where her husband saw necessary justice, she saw the destruction of everything that had made their family life meaningful. Where others saw a Death Eater receiving his due punishment, she saw the baby she had nursed through countless illnesses, the child whose scraped knees she had healed with gentle magic, the young man whose potential had seemed limitless until he chose to follow a path that led inevitably to Azkaban. The illness that began consuming her strength within weeks of Barty's conviction was not entirely natural, though the healers at St. Mungo's could find no specific curse or poison that might explain her rapid decline. Grief, they concluded, could be as deadly as any dark magic when it struck someone whose entire identity had been built around protecting and nurturing those she loved. The knowledge that her son was suffering among the Dementors, while she remained powerless to help him, created a form of psychological torture that her body simply could not withstand indefinitely. Her daily visits to the ministry, where she begged officials for information about Barty's condition or pleaded for permission to see him, became rituals of desperation that accomplished nothing except to wear down her already fragile constitution. The bureaucrats who dealt with her requests showed the cold efficiency of people who had processed thousands of similar appeals from families of convicted dark wizards, their professional sympathy, genuine but limited by regulations that existed for very good reasons. The idea that would ultimately cost Mrs. Crouch her life came to her during one of these fruitless visits, inspired by overhearing a conversation between two Aurors about Polyjuice Potion and its potential applications for undercover work. The plan that began forming in her mind was simultaneously brilliant and desperate, offering the only possibility she could imagine for saving her son while requiring a sacrifice that few mothers would have been willing to contemplate. Convincing her husband to participate in the scheme required months of careful persuasion, playing upon his own suppressed guilt about Barty's fate while arguing that they owed their son at least the chance to die at home, rather than in the soul-crushing environment of Azkaban. The logic she employed was twisted but compelling, suggesting that Barty's inevitable death could serve their consciences better if it occurred under circumstances that preserved some vestige of family dignity and parental devotion. The practical challenges of executing such a switch were enormous, requiring not only perfect Polyjuice Potion but precise timing, flawless acting, and absolute secrecy that could never be compromised without destroying all their lives. Mrs. Crouch spent weeks studying her son's mannerisms and speech patterns from memory, preparing herself to impersonate someone she had watched change from innocent child into something she could barely recognize as human. The night of the exchange began with a routine family visit to Azkaban, one of the few privileges that Barty Crouch Sr.'s position allowed despite the general prohibition on contact with convicted Death Eaters. The guards who supervised such meetings had grown accustomed to the sight of the elderly woman who came monthly to spend a few precious minutes with her condemned son, her obvious grief and frailty making her seem utterly harmless to even the most paranoid prison security. The polyjuice potion that both mother and son consumed during those final moments together was prepared to precise specifications that would sustain their transformed appearances for exactly the duration needed to complete the switch, without raising suspicion. Mrs. Crouch had tested smaller doses on herself repeatedly to ensure that her body would not react badly to the transformation, understanding that any visible problems during the exchange would expose their deception and doom both of them to deaths far worse than what they were already planning. The woman who left Azkaban that night wearing Mrs. Crouch's face was actually Barty Crouch Jr., freed from the prison that would have been his tomb, but carrying with him the psychological damage of months among the Dementors, and the terrible knowledge that his mother was dying in his place. The real Mrs. Crouch remained behind in his cell, sustained by the knowledge that she had saved her son's life, even as she prepared to surrender her own to the soul-sucking creatures that had been slowly destroying him. Her death came within days of the exchange, her weakened constitution finally succumbing to the combined effects of terminal illness and prolonged exposure to Dementors whose feeding had accelerated once they realized that a new prisoner had appeared in Barty's cell. The guards who found her body saw only what they expected to see, another Death Eater who had finally succumbed to the harsh conditions of Azkaban, his death notable only as administrative paperwork that needed to be filed and forgotten. The funeral that Barty Crouch Sr. arranged for his wife was attended by ministry colleagues who believed they were honoring the memory of a woman who had died of grief over her son's crimes, never suspecting that the coffin they honored contained her son's body, while she herself lay in an unmarked grave within Azkaban's walls. The service was brief and understated, reflecting both genuine sorrow and the political necessity of not drawing attention to a family that had already provided the war's opponents with enough propaganda about the corrupting effects of harsh justice. Barty Crouch Jr.'s survival of this rescue came at costs that would shape every subsequent decision he made, transforming him from merely another Death Eater into someone whose devotion to Voldemort was deepened by the knowledge of what his freedom had cost and what he owed to the mother who had died to save him. The guilt of living while she rotted in his place merged with his existing fanaticism to create something approaching religious devotion to the Dark Lord's cause. The years that followed saw him living as a prisoner in his own father's house, sustained by his mother's sacrifice, but controlled through a combination of imperious curse and physical restraint that prevented him from acting on his continuing loyalty to Voldemort. His father's guilt about the exchange had not translated into forgiveness or love, but into a desperate need to prevent his son from ever again embarrassing the family name or threatening public safety. Mrs. Crouch's sacrifice, hidden from public knowledge and unrecognized by official history, represented the kind of private heroism that shaped the wizarding world in ways that dramatic battles and political speeches could never achieve. Her love for her son had transcended moral judgment about his choices, focusing purely on the maternal imperative to protect her child regardless of what he had done or might do in the future. The death that claimed Billius Weasley demonstrated how thoroughly superstition and fear could poison even the most rational minds when combined with suggestive circumstances and cultural beliefs that treated omens as literal predictions rather than psychological projections. He had been a man of generally sound judgment, a wizard whose practical approach to magic and skeptical attitude toward most forms of divination made him seem unlikely to fall victim to something as nebulous as death by suggestion. But the sight of the grim, That spectral dog, whose appearance was said to herald imminent death for anyone unfortunate enough to encounter it, had struck Billius during a period when his health was already compromised by age and his spirits were low from recent losses within the extended Weasley family network. The combination of physical vulnerability and psychological predisposition created perfect conditions for what healers would later classify as death by magical suggestion, a phenomenon where belief in supernatural threats could manifest physical symptoms severe enough to prove fatal. The 24 hours between Billius's sighting of the Grim and his death were marked by rapidly escalating anxiety that no amount of rational discussion could alleviate. His family's attempts to convince him that the omen was either misidentification of a natural animal or simply meaningless superstition were undermined by their own half-suppressed fears that perhaps the old stories contained more truth than modern education liked to admit. Hermione Granger's later analysis of the incident, based on her extensive reading about magical folklore and psychological phenomena, suggested that the Grim functioned not as a supernatural herald of doom but as a trigger for self-fulfilling prophecy in people who were already struggling with health or emotional problems. The fear of death, when sufficiently intense and sustained, could manifest physical symptoms that mimicked the very fate that the victim feared, creating a feedback loop that transformed psychological terror into genuine medical crisis. Billius's death was not violent or dramatic, but simply the quiet cessation of biological functions in someone whose will to live had been undermined by absolute certainty that survival was impossible. His heart, already weakened by age and stress, simply stopped beating during the night, as if his unconscious mind had decided that fighting against prophesied doom was futile and exhausting effort that served no purpose except to delay the inevitable. The funeral that followed became an object lesson for younger Weasley family members about the dangers of taking divination and omens too seriously, though the adults who organized the service were careful not to dismiss entirely the magical traditions that had shaped wizarding culture for centuries. The balance between healthy skepticism and respect for genuinely prophetic phenomena was delicate, requiring wisdom to distinguish between psychological suggestion and authentic, supernatural warning. For Ron Weasley, whose uncle's death provided his first direct encounter with mortality within his immediate family circle, the incident established patterns of thinking about death and divination that would influence his responses to similar situations throughout his years at Hogwarts. The knowledge that fear itself could be fatal created a form of meta-anxiety about the power of suggestion, making him simultaneously more skeptical of omens and more frightened of their potential effects. The loss that shaped Luna Lovegood's childhood and determined much of her subsequent personality occurred not through enemy action or magical accident, but through the kind of experimental mishap that claimed the lives of innovative wizards and witches throughout magical history. Pandora Lovegood's death was simultaneously tragic and entirely consistent with her approach to magic, which emphasized creative exploration over careful safety protocols and valued breakthrough discoveries more than personal security. The spell that Pandora was attempting to perfect at the time of her death was designed to enhance communication between different species of magical creatures, a project that reflected both her brilliant theoretical understanding and her characteristic disregard for conventional limitations on what magic should or could accomplish. Her workshop, located in a converted barn behind the Lovegood family home, was filled with experimental equipment and half-finished research projects that pushed the boundaries of magical theory into territories that most professional researchers avoided as too dangerous or unpredictable. Luna's presence in the workshop during her mother's final experiment was not unusual, as Pandora had always encouraged her daughter's interest in magical innovation and enjoyed having an audience for her demonstrations of new techniques. The 9-year-old girl had grown up surrounded by the sounds and sights of experimental magic, learning to read the subtle signs that indicated when spells were functioning properly and when they were beginning to go wrong in ways that might require immediate evacuation or protective measures. The particular experiment that claimed Pandora's life had been progressing smoothly for several hours, with preliminary results suggesting that the theoretical framework she had developed was sound, and the practical applications were achievable through careful spell modification. The magical resonances that she was generating had attracted several species of local magical creatures who gathered outside the workshop windows as if drawn by frequencies that normal human senses could not detect. The catastrophic failure that ended both the experiment and Pandora's life occurred when she attempted to amplify the communication frequencies beyond the levels that her carefully calculated safety margins could contain. The magical backlash that resulted was instantaneous and overwhelming, transforming the workshop into a vortex of uncontrolled energy that destroyed everything within its radius, while creating effects that would linger in the area for months afterward. Luna's survival of the explosion that killed her mother was due primarily to her position behind a workbench that had been reinforced with protective charms designed to contain exactly this type of magical accident. But surviving the physical destruction was only the beginning of trauma that would affect her for the rest of her life, as she watched her mother's body torn apart by forces that she was too young to understand, but old enough to remember with perfect, terrible clarity. The sight of death arriving without warning or apparent cause, claiming someone she loved in an instant that transformed normal life into incomprehensible tragedy, gave Luna the ability to see thestrals that would distinguish her from most of her classmates throughout her years at Hogwarts. But more than simply witnessing death, she had experienced the sudden absence of someone whose presence had defined her entire world, creating a form of loss that no amount of explanation or comfort could adequately address. Xenophilius Lovegood's response to his wife's death demonstrated both his deep love for her and his inability to process grief through conventional emotional channels. Instead of mourning in ways that others could recognize and support, he threw himself into completion of her research projects with an obsessive dedication that transformed their home into a monument to experimental magic and theoretical innovation. The Quibbler, which had been a minor publication before Pandora's death, became Xenophilius's primary vehicle for sharing her discoveries and promoting the kind of creative magical thinking that had characterized her approach to research. Each issue contained articles that mixed genuine insights with wild speculation, creating a publication that was simultaneously invaluable to serious magical theorists and utterly incomprehensible to readers who preferred conventional approaches to magical education. For Luna, growing up in a household where her mother's death had been transformed into motivation for continuing her work, created a unique perspective on mortality and loss that emphasized continuity rather than finality. Death, in her understanding, was simply another aspect of existence to be studied and comprehended rather than feared or avoided. A transition that changed the nature of being without necessarily ending it completely. The experimental attitude toward magic that had claimed her mother's life became Luna's inheritance, shaping her into someone who approached both practical spellcasting and theoretical magical study with the same fearless creativity that had made Pandora legendary among those few researchers who understood the significance of her work. The workshop where her mother died became Luna's favorite place for reading and thinking, a space where she felt closest to someone whose absence had created the central fact of her existence. The deaths that occurred between the two wars were marked not by the dramatic violence that had characterized the First Wizarding War, but by the quieter tragedies that peace could not prevent: family sorrows, experimental accidents, and natural endings that reminded the magical world that mortality was not merely a weapon to be wielded by dark wizards, but a fundamental condition of existence that touched everyone regardless of their allegiances or achievements. Dean Thomas's father represented the kind of hidden heroism that shaped the wizarding world in ways that official histories rarely acknowledged, his death serving as a reminder that courage was not limited to those who fought in famous battles or joined recognized organizations like the Order of the Phoenix. His sacrifice was private and anonymous, known only to a handful of Death Eaters who viewed his refusal to cooperate as proof that blood status alone did not determine loyalty or susceptibility to persuasion. The decision to abandon his family without explanation was perhaps the most difficult choice that Dean's father ever made, requiring him to appear selfish and irresponsible in order to protect the wife and child he loved more than his own life. The Death Eaters who had approached him understood that threatening his family directly would only strengthen his resolve to resist their recruitment efforts, but they also knew that his love for them could be used as leverage. If they could convince him that his magical status made them perpetual targets for violence he could not prevent. By leaving without explanation, he removed the most obvious reason for Death Eater interest in his family, while simultaneously ensuring that his wife would have no information to reveal under interrogation if she were ever questioned about his whereabouts or activities. His apparent abandonment was actually the most comprehensive protection he could provide, transforming himself from family man into isolated target, while leaving behind people who would be safe, precisely because they had no knowledge of his fate or motivations. The hunt that finally claimed his life lasted for months, as Death Eaters tracked him across Britain and eventually into continental Europe, where he hoped to disappear completely among communities that had no connection to the magical conflicts tearing apart his homeland. His magical abilities and his understanding of Death Eater tactics allowed him to evade capture far longer than his pursuers had anticipated, but ultimately the resources they could dedicate to finding him exceeded his capacity for continued flight and concealment. His final confrontation with Death Eater recruiters demonstrated both his continued refusal to compromise his principles and his recognition that further resistance would only prolong a chase that could endanger innocent people who might be mistaken for accomplices or supporters. The offer of power and protection that he refused one final time was genuine, representing Voldemort's willingness to forgive past resistance in exchange for future service from wizards whose abilities could contribute to Death Eater objectives. The killing curse that ended his life was cast without particular animosity or cruelty, more like the execution of a business decision than an act of personal revenge. His death served tactical purposes that extended beyond simple elimination of a recruit who had proven impossible to convert, demonstrating to other potential targets that neutrality was not a viable option, and that resistance would be met with patient but inevitable retaliation. Dean Thomas's ignorance of his father's true fate and the heroism that had characterized his final months was both blessing and burden, sparing him the knowledge that might have destroyed his faith in parental love, while depriving him of the understanding that could have explained his sense of abandonment and loss. The official story of paternal desertion was more psychologically bearable than the truth would have been, but it also created wounds that would never fully heal, because they were based on fundamental misunderstanding of what had actually occurred. For the magical world, Dean Thomas's father's death was merely another casualty in a conflict that had supposedly ended, evidence that the peace following Voldemort's defeat was less complete than most people wanted to believe. His sacrifice, anonymous and unrecorded, was repeated by dozens of other wizards and witches whose refusal to cooperate with Death Eater recruitment created the foundation of resistance that would prove crucial when open war resumed years later. The natural deaths that marked the end of careers and the changing of guard within magical institutions served as reminders that mortality was not merely a weapon to be wielded by dark wizards, but a fundamental condition that affected everyone, regardless of their achievements or importance. Armando Dippet's peaceful passing represented the kind of death that most wizards hoped for: conscious, dignified, and surrounded by evidence of a life well lived in service to others. His retirement from the position of Hogwarts headmaster had been voluntary and graceful, undertaken when he recognized that the challenges facing magical education required energy and innovation that he no longer possessed in sufficient quantity. The 30 years that had passed since his departure from active administration had been filled with quiet satisfaction at watching his successor transform the school in ways that exceeded even his most optimistic expectations. Dumbledore's assumption of the headmaster position had vindicated Dippet's judgment about leadership transitions, demonstrating that institutional wisdom could be preserved while allowing for innovation and adaptation that kept ancient institutions relevant to contemporary needs. The pride that Dippet felt in his former colleagues' achievements was unmarred by envy or regret, reflecting a generosity of spirit that had characterized his entire approach to educational administration. His death in his sleep represented the kind of natural ending that had become increasingly rare in a world where dark magic claimed so many lives through violence and unnatural means. The peace that marked his final moments spoke of a conscience clear of serious regrets and a heart satisfied with the contributions he had made to magical education and the development of countless students whose lives had been enriched by their contact with Hogwarts during his tenure. The funeral that honored Armando Dippet's memory was attended by generations of former students and colleagues whose presence demonstrated the lasting impact that dedicated educators could have on the magical world. The simple ceremony reflected his personal preferences, while acknowledging his significant contributions to magical education and his role in maintaining Hogwarts as a beacon of learning and moral development during challenging times. For those who had known him personally, his death represented the end of an era in magical education, while serving as inspiration for others who hoped to serve their communities with similar dedication and wisdom. His legacy lived on not only in the policies and traditions he had established, but in the countless individual lives he had touched through his commitment to nurturing magical talent and moral character in equal measure. The quiet deaths of this peaceful interlude served as preparation for the greater losses that would come when war returned to the magical world, teaching lessons about mortality and sacrifice that would prove essential when heroism was once again required from ordinary wizards and witches who had hoped never to face such terrible choices. These private griefs created the emotional foundation for public resistance, demonstrating that love and loss were universal experiences that transcended political divisions and created bonds strong enough to sustain communities through their darkest hours. The summer of 1994 brought whispers of darkness stirring in distant corners of the magical world, though most of the wizarding community remained blissfully unaware that their brief reprieve from terror was about to end in ways more horrible than even the most pessimistic observers had imagined. In the ancient forests of Albania, where shadows gathered like guilty secrets and the very air seemed thick with malevolent possibility, forces were moving that would soon transform celebration into mourning and peace, into a war more devastating than anything that had come before. Bertha Jorkins had always been the type of witch whose curiosity exceeded her caution, whose enthusiasm for travel and adventure made her beloved among friends, but occasionally problematic for supervisors who valued predictability over spontaneity. Her position within the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes had provided her with opportunities to see the wizarding world in all its complexity, investigating incidents that required both magical expertise and diplomatic sensitivity when dealing with international magical communities. The holiday that would prove to be her last began innocently enough, a long overdue vacation to explore the historical sites and natural wonders of Albania, a country whose magical heritage stretched back centuries but remained largely unknown to most British witches and wizards. Her itinerary included visits to ancient wizarding settlements, investigations of local magical customs, and the kind of independent exploration that had always been her preferred method of experiencing new cultures and environments. The encounter with Peter Pettigrew occurred in circumstances that seemed entirely coincidental, a chance meeting between a witch enjoying solitary travel and a wizard whose presence in Albania had nothing to do with tourism or cultural exploration. Pettigrew, who had spent years living as a rat while hiding from both Death Eaters and ministry authorities, had been drawn to the Albanian wilderness by rumors that Voldemort's spirit lingered in forests where dark magic had been practiced for generations. The conversation that began between Bertha and the man she knew only as a fellow British wizard travelling alone quickly took on dimensions that her naturally trusting nature prevented her from recognizing as dangerous. Pettigrew's nervous manner and obvious discomfort with casual social interaction should have warned her that something was fundamentally wrong, but her loneliness after weeks of solitary travel made her grateful for companionship and eager to extend their acquaintance beyond a brief roadside encounter. His suggestion that they explore some of the more remote sections of the Albanian forests together seemed reasonable to someone who had always preferred adventure to safety, who viewed unknown territory as opportunity rather than threat. The path he led her along wound deeper into wilderness that grew increasingly dark and oppressive with each step, though Bertha's excitement at discovering unexplored magical sites prevented her from noticing how carefully their route had been planned to take them far from any possibility of rescue or escape. The clearing where Pettigrew finally revealed his true purpose was a place where dark magic had been practiced for so long that the very ground seemed poisoned by accumulated malevolence, where trees grew in twisted shapes that suggested exposure to forces that corrupted everything they touched. Here, in a shelter constructed from branches and shadows, waited the creature that had once been Tom Riddle, reduced by his destruction to something that barely qualified as human but retained all the malevolent intelligence that had made him the most feared dark wizard in history. Voldemort's physical form at this stage of his existence was horrifying beyond normal human comprehension, a grotesque amalgamation of snake and infant that suggested the unnatural processes by which he had maintained some semblance of life despite the destruction of his body. His voice, when he spoke to the captive witch that Pettigrew had delivered, carried all the cold authority that had once commanded armies of Death Eaters, though his current weakness made every word an obvious effort that cost him strength he could barely afford to expend. The interrogation that followed was not designed to be survived by its subject, as Voldemort understood that the information he sought could only be extracted through magical techniques that would permanently damage Bertha's mind and body beyond any possibility of recovery. Her knowledge of current ministry operations, her familiarity with personnel and procedures that had developed during his absence, her understanding of political dynamics within the magical government, all of this was valuable intelligence that could inform his plans for return to power. The Cruciatus curse that he employed to break down her mental defenses was applied with the methodical precision of someone who had perfected torture as both art and science, calibrated to inflict maximum psychological damage while keeping his victim conscious and capable of providing useful information. Each application was followed by periods of rest that allowed her terror to build, while her pain-racked mind processed the full implications of her situation and the certainty that survival was impossible. The memories that Voldemort extracted from Bertha's shattered psyche provided him with intelligence that exceeded his most optimistic expectations about what this chance encounter might yield. Her knowledge of Ministry personnel included information about Barty Crouch Jr., the Death Eater, whose supposed death in Azkaban had been accepted without question by investigators, who had no reason to suspect that such elaborate deception was possible. The revelation that one of his most fanatically loyal followers was actually alive and hidden under imperious control in his father's house opened possibilities for infiltration and manipulation that could provide the perfect opportunity for Voldemort's return to physical form. But even more valuable was Bertha's knowledge of the Triwizard Tournament, the international magical competition that would bring together students and officials from 3 major wizarding schools under circumstances that could be exploited by someone with sufficient cunning and preparation. Her memories of Mad-Eye Moody's appointment as defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts provided the final piece of intelligence that transformed random opportunity into comprehensive strategic plan. Here was a way to place a loyal agent within Hogwarts itself, positioned to influence events and manipulate circumstances in ways that could deliver Harry Potter directly into Voldemort's hands, while providing cover for resurrection rituals that required specific components and conditions. The process of extracting these memories was so traumatic that Bertha's mind was effectively destroyed long before her body succumbed to the physical damage inflicted by prolonged exposure to unforgivable curses. By the time Voldemort had learned everything her knowledge could provide, she existed only as a shell housing fragments of personality and scattered recollections that bore no resemblance to the curious, adventurous witch who had begun this fatal journey with such innocent enthusiasm. Her death, when it finally came, was almost merciful compared to the psychological torture that had preceded it. A simple killing curse that ended suffering that had become unbearable for someone whose mind had been systematically destroyed by magical techniques, specifically designed to inflict maximum anguish while extracting maximum information. Her body, when it was disposed of by Pettigrew under Voldemort's direction, left no trace that might alert authorities to what had occurred in the Albanian wilderness. The murder that created Voldemort's snake Nagini into a Horcrux represented a new level of magical corruption that exceeded even his previous experiments with soul-splitting, transforming an already dangerous magical creature into something that contained a fragment of the Dark Lord's essence, while serving as both weapon and safeguard for his continued existence. The ritual that accomplished this transformation required not only murder, but specific magical techniques that bound the victim's death to purposes that violated fundamental laws governing the separation between life and death. For Bertha Jorkins, whose disappearance would be noticed by colleagues and friends, but whose fate would remain unknown for months, death came as release from torture that had already destroyed everything that made life meaningful. Her knowledge had been stolen, her memories violated, her very identity consumed by someone who viewed her not as a person but as a resource to be exploited until nothing useful remained. The ripple effects of her death would extend far beyond the immediate strategic advantages her information provided to Voldemort, creating the conditions for events that would ultimately claim dozens of additional lives, while demonstrating once again that evil's appetite for destruction was limited only by opportunity and the resistance that good people were willing to offer in defense of innocence and justice. Frank Bryce had spent the better part of his long life tending the grounds around the Riddle mansion, watching seasons change and years pass, while maintaining gardens and lawns that fewer and fewer people came to appreciate or even notice. His dedication to his work had survived the death of his employers, the suspicions of his neighbors, and the gradual decay of a property that had once been the pride of Little Hangleton, but now stood as monument to tragedy that most people preferred to forget. The decades that had passed since the mysterious deaths of the Riddle family had transformed Frank from village resident into local curiosity, a man whose continued presence at the scene of unexplained murders struck many as either suspicious or simply eccentric. The official investigation had cleared him of any involvement in the deaths, but rural communities have long memories for scandal and tragedy, and whispers about his possible guilt had never entirely faded, despite the complete absence of evidence linking him to the crimes. His routine in the years following his retirement from more active groundskeeping had settled into patterns that brought him comfort and purpose, even as his physical abilities declined with age. He lived alone in a cottage on the mansion grounds, maintaining what he could of the landscaping that had once been his professional pride, while keeping watchful eye on property that attracted occasional curiosity seekers and vandals drawn by stories of unexplained death and supernatural haunting. The light that appeared in the mansion's upper windows on a foggy August night seemed at first to represent exactly the kind of trespassing that Frank had been guarding against for years, probably local teenagers using the supposedly haunted building for parties or pranks that showed no respect for either property rights or the memory of those who had died there. His decision to investigate personally rather than simply calling the police reflected both his sense of responsibility as caretaker and his understanding that rural law enforcement was often slow to respond to calls about disturbances at properties with reputations for supernatural activity. The approach to the mansion through gardens he knew better than most people knew their own homes was complicated by fog that reduced visibility to only a few yards in any direction, creating an atmosphere of mystery and potential danger that might have deterred someone with less familiarity with the terrain and less determination to fulfill what he viewed as his duty to protect property entrusted to his care. The voices he heard as he approached the lighted window carried clearly through the night air, revealing conversation between at least two people whose presence in the supposedly empty building confirmed his suspicions about trespassers while raising new questions about their purposes and the nature of their activities. The fragments of dialogue he could make out suggested planning for events that sounded far more serious than teenage mischief, though the specific content remained unclear until he moved close enough to peer through windows into rooms he had not entered for decades. The sight that greeted Frank through the mansion's dusty glass was so far removed from anything his practical, non-magical worldview could accommodate that his initial reaction was complete disbelief, a certainty that age or illness had finally affected his perception in ways that created hallucinations indistinguishable from reality. The grotesque creature seated near the fireplace seemed to belong to nightmares rather than waking experience, a fusion of human and serpent characteristics that violated every assumption he had ever made about the nature of possible existence. Peter Pettigrew's presence in the room provided the only element of the scene that seemed remotely connected to normal human experience, though his obvious fear and subservience to the monstrous figure suggested circumstances that transcended ordinary criminal activity. The conversation between them, when Frank could force himself to listen despite the horror of what he was witnessing, revealed plans for murder and resurrection that sounded like the ravings of madmen, but were delivered with calm certainty that made their sinister content even more disturbing. The discussion of Harry Potter's name, spoken with mixture of hatred and anticipation that made clear the boy was intended as victim rather than ally, provided Frank with the first concrete information he could potentially act upon. If he survived long enough to contact authorities who might be able to provide protection for someone who was obviously in mortal danger from forces beyond normal human comprehension. The magical snake that served as both companion and extension of Voldemort's will, detected Frank's presence with senses that transcended normal animal awareness, alerting her master to surveillance that threatened to compromise plans that had been months in development. The communication between Dark Lord and Serpent occurred in Parseltongue, a language that sounded to Frank like meaningless hissing but carried precise information about the location and apparent intentions of their unwanted observer. Voldemort's decision to summon the eavesdropper into his presence, rather than simply ordering his immediate death, reflected curiosity about what the old man might have seen and heard, combined with practical considerations about disposing of a body in ways that would not attract unwanted attention from local authorities. The magical compulsion that drew Frank through the mansion's front door and upstairs he had climbed thousands of times during his decades of service operated beyond his conscious will, moving his aged body with strength and coordination that seemed to come from external sources. The face-to-face encounter between Frank Bryce and Lord Voldemort represented a collision between ordinary human decency and absolute evil, between someone who had spent his life in service to others and someone who viewed other people as nothing more than tools to be used and discarded according to his convenience. Frank's courage in the presence of something that challenged every assumption about reality demonstrated the kind of heroism that exists independently of magical ability or special training, rooted purely in moral character that refuses to be intimidated by superior force. His questions about the conversation he had overheard and his demands for explanations about plans to harm someone named Harry Potter showed that even in the face of obvious mortal danger, his concern extended beyond personal safety to include protection for people he had never met, but whose innocence he was willing to defend with his life if necessary. Voldemort's response to this display of moral courage was the same casual dismissal that he had shown to every other obstacle encountered during his return to power, a simple killing curse that ended Frank's life without ceremony or acknowledgement of the decades of faithful service and simple human decency that his death represented. The green light that claimed him illuminated for an instant the parlor where the Riddle family had died decades earlier, creating a symmetry of murder that connected past and present through the consistent application of absolute evil to problems that could have been solved through less drastic means. Frank Bryce died in the same house where he had discovered his first murder victims, killed by the same person who had committed those earlier crimes, his death serving as prelude to resurrection plans that would bring terror back to the wizarding world, while demonstrating once again that evil's appetite for destruction was satisfied only temporarily by individual acts of violence. The casual nature of his murder, treated by Voldemort as mere inconvenience rather than significant moral choice, illustrated the fundamental difference between someone who viewed other people as fellow human beings deserving of basic respect and someone who had moved so far beyond normal moral categories that killing had become as reflexive and thoughtless as breathing. The dream that connected Harry Potter to Frank Bryce's final moments provided the first indication that Voldemort's return was not distant possibility but immediate threat, transmitted through magical connections that existed beyond normal understanding but carried information crucial for survival in the conflict that was about to engulf the magical world once again. The corruption of Barty Crouch Sr. began not with direct magical compulsion, but with the slow erosion of will that occurred when someone who had built his entire identity around rigid moral principles discovered that those principles led inevitably to consequences he could not bear to accept. His son's conviction and imprisonment had shattered more than just his political career. It had destroyed his faith in the justice system he had served with such dedication and forced him to confront the possibility that absolute adherence to law might sometimes produce results that absolute morality could not support. The years that followed Barty Jr.'s supposed death in Azkaban were marked by guilt and self-doubt that gradually undermined Crouch Sr.'s legendary resolve, creating vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies who understood how to turn a man's virtues against him. His public reputation for inflexibility remained intact, but privately he struggled with questions about whether his harsh treatment of his own son had been necessary justice or unconscionable cruelty disguised as principle. The imperious curse that eventually brought him under Death Eater control was not sudden magical assault, but gradual influence applied over months of careful preparation, beginning with subtle suggestions that seemed to come from his own troubled conscience rather than external magical compulsion. The weakening of his mental defenses occurred so slowly that he never recognized the point at which his own thoughts became indistinguishable from magically implanted impulses, designed to serve purposes that contradicted everything he had once believed. His role in facilitating his son's escape from the supposed grave in Azkaban was accomplished through a combination of magical compulsion and psychological manipulation that exploited his suppressed guilt about Mrs. Crouch's death and his secret relief at learning that his son might still be saved. The complex deception required his cooperation at multiple levels, from falsifying official records to providing alibis for activities that would have been impossible to explain if subjected to careful scrutiny. The months during which he maintained normal ministry routines while secretly serving Death Eater interests represented a masterpiece of magical mind control, as Voldemort's agents managed to preserve his public persona while directing his actions toward goals that would have horrified his uncorrupted self. His colleagues noticed occasional lapses in attention and judgment, but attributed these to the stress of demanding work rather than evidence of magical manipulation. The gradual breakdown of imperious control that began as Voldemort's return grew more imminent, reflected both the increasing strain of maintaining complex deceptions and the fundamental strength of character that made Crouch Sr. valuable to his enemies, but also resistant to permanent corruption. His moments of clarity became more frequent and longer lasting, creating periods when he understood what was being done through him and attempted to resist or seek help from authorities who might be able to break the magical chains that bound his will. The desperate journey to Hogwarts that marked his final attempt to warn Dumbledore about the danger facing Harry Potter required enormous effort to overcome magical compulsion that fought against every step toward potential exposure of Death Eater plans. His success in reaching the school grounds, despite the curse's resistance, demonstrated willpower that impressed even enemies who had spent months learning to manipulate his thoughts and actions. His encounter with his son in the Forbidden Forest represented both reunion and final confrontation between the man he had been and the weapon he had been transformed into, with Barty Jr. serving as physical reminder of all the moral compromises and family tragedies that had made his current situation possible. The conversation between them, brief though it was, revealed the complete corruption that had claimed his son, while highlighting his own partial recovery from magical control. The murder that silenced Crouch Sr. permanently was accomplished through magic that his son had learned during years of Death Eater training, techniques for killing that left no obvious traces while ensuring that the victim could never reveal information about his killers or their plans. His death represented not only the elimination of potential witness, but the final destruction of a man whose principles had once made him a pillar of magical law enforcement. The transfiguration of his corpse into a bone and its burial near Hagrid's hut was designed to prevent discovery while creating false evidence that might implicate innocent parties if the body were ever found and examined. The magical signature left by this process would have confused investigators while providing no useful information about who had actually committed the murder or why it had been necessary. For the wizarding world, The disappearance of Barty Crouch Sr. removed one of the few ministry officials with both the authority and the determination to organize effective resistance against Voldemort's return, though his loss was not immediately recognized as strategically significant by authorities, who assumed he had simply taken leave for personal reasons related to his son's supposed death and his own declining health. The casual efficiency with which his murder was planned and executed demonstrated the level of professional competence that Death Eater operations had achieved during their period of underground organization, suggesting that Voldemort's return would be supported by followers whose skills had been refined rather than diminished by years of hiding and preparation. Cedric Diggory's death represented the destruction of everything that Hufflepuff House valued most: loyalty, fair play, dedication to justice, and the kind of quiet courage that accomplished great things without seeking recognition or glory. He had embodied these virtues throughout his years at Hogwarts, earning respect from students and faculty that transcended house rivalries and academic competition to acknowledge character that was as rare as it was admirable. The Tri-Wizard tournament that claimed his life had begun as celebration of magical cooperation and friendly competition between schools that represented the best traditions of wizarding education, an opportunity for young witches and wizards to demonstrate their skills while building international relationships that might prevent future conflicts through mutual understanding and respect. Cedric's selection as Hogwarts champion had been greeted with enthusiasm by students and faculty, who recognized both his magical abilities and his character as worthy representatives of their school's values, understanding that success in the tournament required not only technical skill but moral courage that could withstand pressure and temptation that might corrupt lesser competitors. His approach to the tournament's challenges reflected the same methodical preparation and ethical standards that had characterized all his academic and athletic pursuits, studying each task thoroughly while maintaining the kind of fair play that made him willing to help other competitors, even when such assistance might compromise his own chances for victory. The friendship that developed between Cedric and Harry Potter during the tournament's progress demonstrated his ability to see past the celebrity and controversy that surrounded the younger boy to recognize someone who shared his commitment to doing right regardless of personal cost, creating a bond that transcended house loyalties and age differences through mutual respect for moral character. His decision to suggest that he and Harry take the Triwizard Cup together, sharing victory rather than competing for individual glory, represented the culmination of values that had been instilled by years of Hufflepuff education and reinforced through personal experience of the satisfaction that came from placing principle above ambition. The portkey that transported both boys to the graveyard where Voldemort awaited his resurrection was the result of months of careful planning by Barty Crouch Jr., whose infiltration of Hogwarts had provided opportunities to manipulate the tournament's challenges and ensure that Harry Potter would be delivered to his master at precisely the moment and location required for the resurrection ritual. Cedric's confusion at their sudden arrival in what was obviously not the tournament grounds was matched by his immediate concern for Harry's welfare, demonstrating the protective instincts that had made him such a valued friend and teammate throughout his years at Hogwarts, while revealing his character, even in circumstances that he could not possibly have prepared for or understood. The instruction to kill the spare that sealed Cedric's fate was delivered by Voldemort with the casual indifference of someone ordering the removal of unwanted furniture, treating the murder of an innocent teenager as minor inconvenience rather than moral choice that would have given pause to anyone retaining vestige of human conscience or compassion. Peter Pettigrew's casting of the killing curse that ended Cedric's life was accomplished with the mechanical efficiency of someone following orders rather than making independent moral judgment, demonstrating the complete corruption that had made him willing to serve masters who viewed him as barely more valuable than the victims he was ordered to eliminate. Cedric Diggory died without understanding why he had been murdered or what larger purposes his death was meant to serve. His final moments marked by confusion rather than fear, as he tried to process events that made no sense within the framework of fair play and mutual respect that had governed his entire approach to life and competition. His body, abandoned in the graveyard while Voldemort completed the resurrection ritual that had required Harry Potter's presence but not Cedric's survival, became silent witness to atrocities that violated every principle of magical justice and human decency that Hufflepuff House had ever taught or defended. The grief that consumed Cedric's parents when his body was returned to them represented not only personal loss, but the destruction of faith in institutions and competitions that they had trusted to keep their son safe while providing opportunities for growth and achievement that would prepare him for successful adult life in the magical community. The memorial services that honored his memory were attended by students and faculty from all 3 schools that had participated in the tournament, creating unprecedented displays of international unity that demonstrated how profoundly his death had affected everyone who had witnessed his character and appreciated his contributions to the values that magical education was supposed to instill and preserve. The impact of his murder on Harry Potter, who had witnessed the killing and carried Cedric's body back to Hogwarts as proof of Voldemort's return, created psychological trauma that would influence every subsequent decision in the war that was about to consume the magical world, establishing patterns of guilt and responsibility that would shape his understanding of what was required to prevent similar tragedies. For the magical world, Cedric's death served as the first concrete evidence that Voldemort had indeed returned to physical form and was prepared to kill anyone who stood between him and his objectives, marking the end of the peaceful interlude that had allowed so many to believe that the terror of the previous war was safely relegated to history, rather than merely postponed until conditions favored its resumption. The tournament that had begun as celebration of magical cooperation and international friendship ended as demonstration of how quickly innocence could be destroyed by evil, that recognized no boundaries and honored no traditions except those that served its hunger for power and dominion over others, who dared to hope that justice and fair play might ultimately prove stronger than cruelty and calculated malice. The shadow of Voldemort's return fell across the magical world, like the darkness that precedes a terrible storm, transforming celebration into mourning and hope into desperate fear, as those who understood the true nature of the threat began to comprehend the scope of the war that was about to consume everything they held dear. The Ministry's stubborn refusal to acknowledge what had occurred at the Triwizard Tournament created a climate of denial and misdirection that served the Dark Lord's purposes perfectly, allowing his followers to operate with impunity while their enemies argued among themselves about the reality of dangers that were already claiming innocent lives. Among the first victims of this renewed conflict was Amelia Bones, whose reputation for fairness and competence had made her both valuable ally to those who sought justice and dangerous enemy to those who preferred chaos and corruption to serve their ends. As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she possessed not only the authority to coordinate official resistance to Death Eater activities, but the moral credibility to convince skeptical colleagues that extraordinary measures were necessary to combat threats that transcended normal criminal activity. Her understanding of magical law and procedure was encyclopedic, developed through decades of service that had exposed her to every form of dark arts activity that the Ministry had encountered during her career. But her greatest strength lay not in technical knowledge, but in unwavering commitment to protecting innocent people regardless of their blood status, political affiliations, or social connections. This dedication had earned her respect throughout the magical community, while marking her as priority target for elimination by Death Eaters, who understood that her influence could rally opposition to their master's plans. The attacks she had been investigating in the weeks before her death showed patterns that suggested coordinated planning rather than random violence, evidence that Death Eater operations were being conducted under central command, with strategic objectives that extended far beyond simple terrorism or revenge against old enemies. Her reports to Minister Fudge and other senior officials detailed these concerns with characteristic precision, providing analysis that should have convinced any rational observer that the magical world faced organized threat requiring immediate and comprehensive response. But rationality was in short supply within a ministry that preferred comfortable lies to disturbing truths, where political considerations took precedence over public safety and career advancement mattered more than moral courage. The warnings that Amelia provided were filed away and ignored by officials who found it easier to dismiss evidence than to acknowledge that their previous assurances of safety had been premature and inadequate. Her decision to continue her investigations despite official indifference reflected both professional duty and personal conviction that truth would ultimately prevail over propaganda if sufficient evidence could be gathered and presented in ways that made denial impossible. She worked increasingly long hours, following leads that took her into dangerous territory both literally and politically, building cases that might eventually force the ministry to acknowledge what she had already concluded through careful analysis. The evening that would prove to be her last began with yet another report of suspicious magical activity in an area where several previous incidents had occurred, suggesting that Death Eaters were using the location for purposes that required repeated access and considerable secrecy. Her decision to investigate personally rather than delegating to subordinates was motivated partly by the sensitivity of the intelligence and partly by her recognition that junior officers lacked both the experience and the authority to handle situations that might require immediate tactical decisions. The protective measures she employed during this final mission were comprehensive and professionally implemented, reflecting years of experience in dangerous investigations and thorough understanding of the threats she might encounter from enemies who had demonstrated both magical skill and willingness to kill anyone who posed obstacles to their plans. Objectives. Her detection charms, defensive wards, and emergency escape procedures represented best practices developed through institutional knowledge accumulated over decades of magical law enforcement. But even the most sophisticated precautions could not entirely compensate for the fundamental disadvantage of facing an enemy who possessed superior numbers, extensive preparation time, and willingness to use tactics that law enforcement officers were morally constrained from employing. The Death Eaters who awaited her arrival had transformed the investigation site into killing ground, designed to neutralize her advantages while maximizing their own tactical benefits. The battle that claimed Amelia Bones's life lasted far longer than her enemies had anticipated, demonstrating both her exceptional dueling abilities and her determination to extract maximum cost from those who sought to eliminate her. Her spells found their targets with precision that spoke of natural talent refined through professional training and practical experience, while her tactical movement through the combat zone showed understanding of magical warfare that exceeded what most auras ever achieved. Each Death Eater who fell to her wand represented years of training and indoctrination lost to Voldemort's cause, making her resistance not merely heroic gesture, but strategically significant action that weakened enemy capabilities, while buying time for other Order members to respond to emergency signals that her defeat would automatically trigger. Her sacrifice was not meaningless gesture, but calculated decision to inflict maximum damage on forces that threatened everything she had devoted her life to protecting. The spells that finally overwhelmed her defenses came not from superior individual skill, but from coordinated assault that no single witch or wizard could have survived, regardless of their abilities or preparation. The Death Eaters who achieved victory over her did so through weight of numbers and willingness to accept casualties that she, fighting alone, could not indefinitely sustain against enemies who viewed their own lives as expendable resources in service to their master's objectives. But even in death, Amelia Bones achieved a form of victory that her killers had not anticipated, as the evidence of her struggle and the casualties she had inflicted provided proof of Death Eater activity that even the most determined skeptics within the ministry found difficult to dismiss or explain away. The scene of her final battle told its own story about the reality of the threat facing magical Britain, demonstrating through physical evidence what official statements had consistently denied. Voldemort's personal involvement in her death was confirmed through magical analysis that revealed spell signatures consistent with the Dark Lord's known abilities, marking this as the first confirmed instance of his direct participation in combat since his resurrection. This intelligence, gathered at the cost of one of the magical world's most capable law enforcement officers, provided the Order of the Phoenix with crucial information about their enemy's current location and tactical preferences. For those who had known and worked with Amelia Bones, her death represented not only personal loss but professional catastrophe that deprived the Ministry of leadership when it was most desperately needed. The colleagues who mourned her passing understood that her replacement, however capable, would require months to develop the institutional knowledge and professional relationships that had made her so effective in coordinating anti-Death Eater operations. The funeral that honored her memory was attended by representatives from every major magical law enforcement agency in Europe, creating an unprecedented display of international unity that demonstrated how widely her reputation extended and how profoundly her loss was felt by professionals who shared her commitment to protecting innocent people from those who sought to harm them for political or ideological purposes. Her death also served strategic purposes that extended beyond the simple elimination of a dangerous opponent, sending clear message to other ministry officials that resistance would be met with overwhelming force and that neutrality was preferable to the fate that awaited those who chose to oppose Death Eater objectives actively and publicly. Emmeline Vance had spent her adult life walking the line between the magical and non-magical worlds, serving as one of those unsung guardians who protected Muggles from threats they could never understand while ensuring that the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy remained intact despite the chaos that dark wizards created in their pursuit of power and domination over those they viewed as inferior. Her work with the advance guard that had protected Harry Potter during his transfer from Privet Drive had demonstrated both her combat abilities and her tactical understanding of the complex security challenges involved in protecting high-value targets from enemies who possessed extensive intelligence about their movements and vulnerabilities. The successful completion of that mission had established her reputation within Order circles as someone who could be trusted with the most sensitive and dangerous assignments. The assignment that would prove to be her last involved surveillance and protection of the Muggle Prime Minister, whose knowledge of the magical world's existence made him both valuable asset and potential target for Death Eaters seeking to influence non-magical government policies or extract information about magical Muggle cooperation in security matters. The position required not only magical abilities, but sophisticated understanding of political dynamics and security procedures that govern protection of high-ranking government officials. Her approach to this responsibility reflected the same methodical thoroughness that had characterized all her Order activities, combining magical surveillance techniques with mundane security awareness to create comprehensive protection network that could detect and respond to threats from either world. The challenge lay in maintaining this vigilance while remaining invisible to both Muggle security services and magical enemies who might be watching for signs of increased protection around their potential target. The weeks preceding her death had been marked by increasing signs of Death Eater interest in Muggle government facilities, suggesting that Voldemort's strategy included plans for influencing or infiltrating non-magical political institutions in ways that could provide strategic advantages for his broader campaign against magical Britain. Intelligence gathered by other Order members indicated that several Death Eaters had been observed conducting surveillance of key government buildings and personnel. Emmeline's reports to Order leadership detailed these concerns while recommending enhanced security measures that might deter enemy action or at least provide early warning if attacks were attempted against targets whose protection fell within her area of responsibility. Her analysis identified several vulnerabilities in existing security arrangements, while proposing countermeasures that could be implemented without alerting either Muggle officials or potential enemy observers to the magical nature of the protection being provided. The attack that claimed her life occurred during what should have been routine surveillance shift, as she maintained watch over government facilities from concealed positions that provided optimal observation while keeping her hidden from both hostile forces and innocent bystanders who might be endangered by magical combat in populated areas. Her detection of approaching Death Eaters came early enough to provide warning, but not sufficient time for escape or reinforcement. The battle that followed demonstrated both her combat skills and the tactical advantages that Death Eaters possessed through superior numbers and willingness to fight in populated areas where their opponents were constrained by concern for civilian casualties. Emmeline's spells were precisely aimed and effectively cast, but she was ultimately overwhelmed by enemies who showed no similar restraint about collateral damage. Her death near the Prime Minister's residence sent shockwaves through both Order leadership and Ministry officials, who finally began to understand that Death Eater operations extended beyond the magical world to include direct threats against Muggle government officials and institutions. The implications for magical Muggle relations and international security cooperation were profound and disturbing. The investigation into her murder revealed evidence of Death Eater surveillance and planning that had been ongoing for months, suggesting that her death was not opportunistic violence but carefully orchestrated elimination of someone whose protection activities had interfered with enemy operations against high-value Muggle targets whose compromise could advance Voldemort's strategic objectives. For the magical world, Emmeline Vance's sacrifice highlighted the international dimensions of the threat they faced, and the reality that effective resistance would require cooperation between magical and non-magical authorities at levels that had never been attempted in previous conflicts. Her death marked the beginning of a new phase in magical warfare that extended beyond traditional boundaries to encompass threats that no single community could address adequately in isolation. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor had been a fixture of Diagon Alley for decades, providing sweet treats and friendly conversation to generations of witches and wizards who viewed it as an essential part of the magical shopping experience. His establishment had served as informal gathering place where customers could discuss current events, share gossip, and enjoy the kind of casual social interaction that made Diagon Alley feel like genuine community rather than merely commercial district. The kindness he had shown to Harry Potter during the boys' stay at the Leaky Cauldron had been characteristic of his approach to all young customers, combining generous portions with patient assistance for students struggling with academic assignments that required historical knowledge he possessed in abundance. His willingness to help with homework while serving ice cream had made his shop particularly popular among Hogwarts students who appreciated both his treats and his educational support. But beneath his genial exterior lay extensive knowledge of magical history and artifact lore that extended far beyond what most shopkeepers possessed. accumulated through decades of interaction with collectors, researchers, and treasure hunters who had shared information about their discoveries and theories during informal conversations over ice cream and butterbeer. This accumulated wisdom had made him an invaluable resource for anyone seeking information about historical, magical objects or the locations where they might be found. The knowledge that would ultimately cost him his life concerned the Elder Wand, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows whose existence was known to very few witches and wizards, but whose power made it object of obsessive interest to those who sought to master death itself. Florian's research into the wand's history had been motivated by scholarly curiosity rather than desire for personal gain, but his discoveries had provided him with information that Voldemort desperately needed to complete his understanding of the weapon he sought to claim. His kidnapping from Diagon Alley occurred during the height of the summer shopping season, when the crowded streets provided both cover for his abductors and witnesses to the violence that marked his removal from the shop he had operated peacefully for so many years. The Death Eaters who took him showed none of the restraint that might have been expected in such a public location, demonstrating their growing confidence that ministry response would be inadequate to prevent their operations or protect their targets. The interrogation that followed his capture was conducted by Death Eaters, who possessed both magical expertise and ruthless determination to extract every piece of useful information from someone whose knowledge could provide crucial advantages in their master's quest for the ultimate magical weapon. The techniques they employed went far beyond simple questioning to include magical methods of memory extraction that violated both legal statutes and basic human dignity. The weeks during which Florian remained in Death Eater custody were marked by systematic torture, designed not merely to inflict pain, but to break down mental defenses that might have allowed him to withhold information or provide false torti, leads that could waste enemy time and resources. His captors understood that someone with his historical knowledge might possess multiple layers of information, requiring careful extraction techniques to ensure that nothing valuable was overlooked or dismissed. The information he eventually provided under duress included details about the Elder Wand's previous owners, the locations where it had been hidden or displayed throughout history, and the magical properties that made it superior to other wands, while also making it dangerous to anyone who possessed it without understanding its true nature. This intelligence allowed Voldemort to focus his search for the weapon while avoiding pitfalls that had claimed previous seekers. But Florian's knowledge extended beyond the Elder Wand to include information about Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem, another powerful magical artifact that Voldemort sought for purposes related to his Horcrux creation and his obsession with collecting objects that had belonged to Hogwarts founders. The details he provided about the diadem's disappearance and possible hiding places would prove crucial to enemy operations against Hogwarts itself. His death, when it finally came, was not the merciful release that might have ended suffering quickly, but the inevitable conclusion of interrogation process that had extracted everything useful from his memories while leaving him physically and psychologically destroyed by exposure to magical torture techniques that had been refined through years of Death Eater experience with extracting information from reluctant subjects. The discovery of his empty shop and the evidence of struggle that marked his abduction created panic throughout Diagon Alley, as merchants and customers realized that even the most public and seemingly safe locations were not immune to Bertha's Death Eater action. The implications for magical commerce and daily life in Wizarding Britain were profound, as fear began to replace the casual confidence that had characterized normal shopping and social activities. For the magical community, Florian Fortescue's kidnapping and murder represented another step in the erosion of civilized society that Death Eater operations were designed to accelerate, creating a climate of fear and uncertainty that made normal life increasingly difficult, while demonstrating that resistance or cooperation with authorities would not provide protection against enemies who recognized no moral boundaries. Igor Karkaroff's betrayal of his fellow Death Eaters during the trials that followed Voldemort's first defeat had purchased his freedom, while marking him as traitor, whose survival depended entirely on his former master's continued absence from the wizarding world. His position as headmaster of Durmstrang had provided both respectability and international connections that offered some protection, but his return to magical Britain for the Tri-Wizard tournament had exposed him to dangers that no amount of political maneuvering could indefinitely avoid. The dark mark that appeared on his arm following Voldemort's resurrection had served as both summons and death sentence, marking him as someone whose continued existence represented security risk that his former master could not afford to ignore. His understanding of Death Eater operations, recruitment methods, and organizational structure made him a valuable source of intelligence for anyone seeking to combat Voldemort's return to power, creating obvious incentive for his permanent silencing. His flight from Hogwarts immediately after the tournament's conclusion had been motivated by desperate hope that distance might provide safety, that he could disappear into the international magical community, where Voldemort's influence was limited and his followers were fewer in number. This calculation proved tragically optimistic, underestimating both the resources available to Death Eater operations and the priority that his elimination represented in their strategic planning. The year of hiding that preceded his death had been marked by increasingly desperate attempts to find sanctuary in locations that might be beyond Death Eater reach, using connections developed during his years as Durmstrang headmaster to access safe houses and protection services throughout the European magical community. Each move was necessitated by evidence that his location had been compromised, forcing him into nomadic existence that grew more precarious with each passing month. The networks he had built during his legitimate career gradually proved unreliable, as friends and allies recognized that association with him brought dangers that outweighed any obligations of friendship or professional courtesy. The isolation that resulted from these calculated abandonments left him increasingly dependent on his own resources, while reducing his options for escape or concealment. The magical disguises and identity changes that he employed during his flight demonstrated sophisticated understanding of concealment techniques, but they also required constant vigilance and regular renewal that exhausted his resources while providing only temporary security against enemies who possessed superior numbers and unlimited time to continue their pursuit. The network of informants and bounty hunters that Death Eaters had established throughout the international magical community gradually tightened around him like closing net, providing intelligence about his movements while cutting off potential escape routes that might have allowed him to reach locations where Voldemort's influence could not penetrate. His capture in the remote shack where he had hoped to find temporary refuge was the culmination of tracking operation that had lasted months and involved resources that demonstrated the priority his elimination represented in Death Eater, strategic planning. The fact that Voldemort had been willing to dedicate such extensive assets to hunting single fugitive spoke to both the threat his knowledge represented and the importance of sending clear message about the fate awaiting traitors. The execution that ended his life was conducted not by subordinates but by Death Eaters, whose seniority within the organization ensured that his death would be properly documented and reported to their master as confirmation that this particular security risk had been permanently eliminated. The methods employed were designed to ensure that his death would be discovered and recognized as Death Eater action, serving propaganda purposes that extended beyond simple revenge. His body, when it was eventually found by local magical authorities, showed evidence of torture that indicated his captors had spent considerable time extracting any remaining intelligence about Order operations or Ministry security measures before ending his life. The information he provided under duress would prove valuable to enemy operations, while demonstrating that even former Death Eaters could not escape the consequences of betraying their master's trust. For the international magical community, Igor Karkaroff's death served as stark warning about the reach of Death Eater operations and the futility of expecting that geographic distance or political neutrality would provide protection against enemies whose patience and resources exceeded what most people had imagined possible. The smaller tragedies that marked this phase of the war demonstrated how thoroughly Death Eater operations had penetrated everyday life in magical Britain, targeting not only prominent opponents but ordinary families whose only crime was refusing to cooperate with demands that violated their most basic moral principles. Mrs. Abbott's murder represented countless similar acts of terrorism that sought to break civilian morale while demonstrating the consequences of resistance to Death Eater authority. Hannah Abbott's mother had been approached by Death Eater recruiters who sought to exploit her family's connections within the magical community for intelligence gathering and propaganda purposes, offering protection and rewards in exchange for information about neighbors and friends who might be involved in resistance activities. Her refusal to cooperate had been motivated by simple decency rather than political calculation, reflecting unwillingness to betray people who trusted her regardless of the personal risks such loyalty might entail. The escalation from recruitment to intimidation to outright murder followed patterns that Death Eaters had established throughout their campaign against civilian populations, demonstrating systematic approach to terrorism that sought to maximize psychological impact while minimizing their own exposure to retaliation or investigation by authorities who remained reluctant to acknowledge the scope of the threat facing innocent families. Her death served multiple purposes within Death Eater strategic planning, eliminating potential source of intelligence for order operations, while sending clear message to other families about the consequences of refusing cooperation, with recruitment efforts that were presented as voluntary but carried implicit threats of violence against those who declined to participate. The 5-year-old boy, whose death at Fenrir Greyback's hands represented perhaps the most horrific example of Death Eater cruelty, was killed, not for any crime he had committed, but simply to demonstrate that their campaign of terror recognized no boundaries of age, innocence, or human decency, in pursuit of objectives that transcended normal concepts of warfare or political resistance. His family's refusal to provide intelligence about magical families in their community had been motivated by protective instincts that sought to shield neighbors from attention that might endanger innocent people, whose only connection to the conflict was their membership in the magical community that Death Eaters sought to dominate through fear and systematic intimidation. The decision to send Greyback against a child rather than targeting the adults who had actually refused cooperation reflected calculated cruelty designed to maximize psychological damage, while demonstrating that Death Eater vengeance would strike at the most vulnerable members of families that chose resistance over collaboration with forces that recognized no moral constraints on their methods. The injuries that claimed the child's life were so severe that even the specialized magical healing available at St. Mungo's proved inadequate to save him, marking this as one of the few cases where lycanthrope attack resulted in death rather than transformation or recovery. The savagery of the assault suggested that Greyback had been instructed to ensure that survival was impossible, making this murder rather than the infection that was his usual signature. For the magical community, the death of someone so young and innocent represented crossing of moral boundaries that made clear the true nature of the enemies they faced, and the reality that neutrality or non-involvement would not provide protection against forces that viewed terror as legitimate tactical weapon, and civilian casualties as acceptable costs of achieving strategic objectives. These smaller tragedies, multiplied throughout magical Britain, created climate of fear that served Death Eater purposes more effectively than spectacular attacks against prominent targets, demonstrating that safety was illusion and that cooperation with their demands was only rational response to threats that could strike anyone, anywhere, at any time without warning or possibility of effective resistance from authorities who seemed increasingly powerless to protect those who depended on them for security. The summer of 1997 brought with it a tension that seemed to press against the very air of magical Britain, as if the atmosphere itself had grown thick with anticipation of violence that everyone could sense but few dared to name. The protective measures that had kept Harry Potter safe at Privet Drive were rapidly approaching their expiration, creating a window of vulnerability that Death Eaters had been planning to exploit with meticulous precision and overwhelming force. The Order of the Phoenix understood that moving Harry from his childhood home to more secure locations would require every tactical advantage they could muster against enemies who seemed to anticipate their moves with disturbing accuracy. Hedwig had been Harry's first friend in the magical world, arriving at his Hogwarts letter with dignity and intelligence that marked her as far more than simple postal owl. Through 6 years of magical education, she had served not merely as messenger, but as companion whose loyalty transcended the practical relationship between wizard and familiar. Her presence in his life had provided comfort during the loneliest moments of his adolescence, while her ability to find him anywhere had created connection to the magical world, even when he was trapped in the mundane misery of the Dursley household. The night of the Seven Potters operation began with preparations that reflected both the desperate necessity of Harry's evacuation and the terrible certainty that not everyone involved would survive the mission. Mad-Eye Moody's plan was characteristically complex and thorough, designed to confuse Death Eater intelligence while providing maximum protection for their primary objective. But it also required sacrifices from volunteers who understood that they were making themselves targets for attacks meant to kill the boy who lived. The Polyjuice potion that transformed 6 Order members into Harry Potter duplicates was brewed to perfection, creating physical transformations so complete that even magical detection methods would require close examination to distinguish between the real Harry and his temporary doubles. But the psychological impact of seeing his own face multiplied around him was profoundly disturbing for Harry himself, creating visceral reminder of how many people were willing to die rather than allow him to fall into Voldemort's hands. Hedwig's cage was secured at Harry's feet as he mounted the flying motorcycle that had once belonged to Sirius Black, her familiar weight providing small comfort in circumstances that everyone understood might lead to her death along with everyone else involved in the evacuation attempt. The owl's golden eyes reflected the lights of Privet Drive for what would prove to be the final time, though neither she nor Harry could have anticipated that their shared journey was approaching its end in violence that would claim her life within minutes. The Death Eaters who attacked the departing Order members demonstrated tactical coordination that exceeded their previous operations, suggesting extensive planning and intelligence gathering that had allowed them to position overwhelming force along every possible escape route. Their ability to identify and pursue specific targets within the chaos of aerial combat indicated not only superior numbers, but communications methods that allowed real-time coordination between attack groups. The killing curse that struck Hedwig's cage was aimed at Harry himself, cast by a Death Eater who believed he was attacking the real boy who lived, rather than one of the decoys that Mad-Eye's strategy had created to divide enemy attention. The green light that ended her life illuminated the terror in her eyes for a brief instant before she fell forward in her cage, her body striking the metal bars with a sound that would haunt Harry's memory for years to come. The motorcycle's sidecar, which contained Hedwig's body along with other supplies that had been deemed essential for Harry's survival, became liability rather than asset as pursuing Death Eaters continued their assault against what they assumed was their primary target. Hagrid's decision to destroy the sidecar with a blasting curse was tactically necessary but emotionally devastating, as Harry watched his beloved companion's remains disappear in explosion that provided temporary respite from enemy pursuit but eliminated any possibility of proper burial or farewell. For Harry, the loss of Hedwig represented not merely the death of a pet, but the severing of his last connection to the innocent wonder he had felt upon first entering the magical world. Her death marked the end of childhood, in the most literal sense, demonstrating that the war he was about to enter would claim everything he loved in its progression toward whatever ultimate confrontation awaited him. And the Dark Lord, who had shaped his entire life through enmity and persecution. The tactical brilliance that had made Mad-Eye Moody legendary among Aurors and feared among dark wizards was tested to its absolute limits during the aerial battle that would claim his life, as he found himself facing odds that would have challenged an entire team of elite magical law enforcement officers. His partnership with Mundungus Fletcher for the evacuation mission was based on careful calculation of risk and resources rather than personal preference, understanding that Fletcher's survival skills and knowledge of criminal underground might prove valuable if the mission required improvised solutions to unexpected problems. Mundungus Fletcher's reputation for cowardice was well established within Order circles, making him the least reliable partner for someone whose approach to dangerous missions emphasized preparation and mutual support above all other considerations. But his inclusion in the operation reflected desperate circumstances that required utilization of every available asset, regardless of their personal limitations or questionable loyalty to causes that extended beyond immediate self-interest. The formation flying that began the mission proceeded according to plan for the first several minutes, with each Harry Potter decoy and his assigned partner following predetermined routes designed to maximize confusion, while minimizing the possibility that multiple teams might be eliminated by coordinated enemy action. Mad-Eye's enhanced vision through his magical eye allowed him to monitor other teams' progress while maintaining awareness of potential threats that normal human perception would have missed entirely. The Death Eater assault that shattered the mission's carefully planned execution came with overwhelming force and coordination that suggested not only superior numbers but advanced knowledge of Order tactics and probable responses to various forms of attack. The enemies who engaged Mad-Eye and Mundungus showed none of the hesitation or tactical errors that might have provided opportunities for escape or effective counterattack against superior odds. Voldemort's personal participation in the battle was confirmed by magical signatures that Mad-Eye's trained senses recognized despite the chaos of multi-directional combat, marking this as the first time since his resurrection that the Dark Lord had directly engaged in field operations, rather than directing subordinates from secure locations. His presence indicated both the priority he placed on capturing Harry Potter and his confidence that Order resistance could be overcome through direct application of superior magical force. The aerial dueling that followed tested every technique that Mad-Eye had developed during decades of magical combat as he attempted to protect both himself and his unreliable partner, while maintaining course toward the safe house that represented their only hope of survival. His spells were cast with the precision that had made him legendary, each curse and shield placed with economy of movement that maximized effectiveness, while conserving magical energy for the prolonged battle he understood was inevitable. Mundungus Fletcher's moment of complete moral collapse came when he found himself facing Voldemort directly, his nerve failing so completely that disapparition became his only possible response to danger that exceeded anything his criminal career had prepared him to confront. His abandonment of Mad Eye at the crucial moment was not calculated betrayal, but simple panic, the response of someone whose survival instincts operated independently of loyalty or courage when faced with overwhelming threat. The killing curse that claimed Mad Eye's life was cast by Voldemort himself, green light that carried enough power to have killed several ordinary wizards, while demonstrating the Dark Lord's personal investment in eliminating someone whose tactical abilities and institutional knowledge made him irreplaceable asset to Order resistance efforts. The curse struck with such force that Mad Eye's body was thrown from his broomstick despite protective spells that should have prevented such displacement. His death marked not only personal tragedy for those who had known and worked with him, but strategic catastrophe for Order operations that had become dependent on his expertise and paranoid thoroughness to identify and counter Death Eater tactics. The intelligence networks he had established, the security procedures he had developed, and the tactical innovations that had kept other Order members alive were all lost with him, creating void in their capabilities that no amount of courage or dedication from other members could adequately fill. The recovery of Mad Eye's body became mission in itself, as Order members understood that allowing Death Eaters to capture his remains would provide them with opportunities for intelligence gathering and psychological warfare that could compromise ongoing operations while demoralizing resistance. Fighters who needed to believe that their sacrifices would be honored and their secrets protected even in death. But the search efforts that followed his death found no trace of the legendary aura, suggesting that Death Eaters had indeed claimed his body for purposes that those who had known him preferred not to contemplate. The violation represented by enemy possession of his remains added another layer of grief to loss that was already devastating for personal and professional reasons. His magical eye, when it was eventually recovered from Dolores Umbridge's office door where it had been installed as surveillance device, represented final insult to memory of someone who had dedicated his life to protecting others from exactly the kind of oppression and control that the corrupt undersecretary embodied. Harry Potter's mission to retrieve and properly bury the eye served as recognition that some symbols of resistance deserved respect regardless of the risks involved in providing it. The hunt for fugitives that characterized the months following Voldemort's takeover of the Ministry claimed lives throughout the magical community, as Death Eaters systematically eliminated anyone whose blood status, political affiliations, or simple refusal to cooperate made them targets for official persecution, disguised as law enforcement. Ted Tonks, Dirk Creswell, and the Goblin Gornock found themselves thrown together by circumstances that none of them had anticipated, creating unlikely partnership between individuals whose only common ground was their shared status as enemies of the new regime. Ted Tonks had lived his entire adult life as example of successful integration between Muggle-born wizard and pure-blood magical society. His marriage to Andromeda Black representing exactly the kind of blood status mixing that Death Eater ideology condemned as contamination of magical heritage. His daughter Nymphadora's service with the Order of the Phoenix had marked him as additional security risk, someone whose family connections made him potential source of intelligence about resistance operations that Death Eaters were determined to eliminate or exploit. Dirk Creswell's position within the Ministry's Goblin Liaison Office had provided him with detailed knowledge of magical creature, politics, and interspecies relationships that could prove valuable to enemies seeking to expand their coalition beyond human Death Eaters, to include other magical beings who might be convinced to support Voldemort's vision of magical supremacy. His muggle-born status made him automatic target for persecution, but his governmental connections made him particularly dangerous in enemy hands. Gornuk's inclusion among the fugitives reflected Death Eater expansion of their persecution beyond human targets to encompass any magical being whose loyalty to their cause could not be absolutely guaranteed. The goblin's knowledge of Gringotts security procedures and magical artifact evaluation made him valuable asset for either side in the conflict, creating incentive for Death Eaters to capture rather than simply eliminate him if possible. The months they spent together on the run created bonds between individuals who would never have associated under normal circumstances, united by shared danger and mutual dependence that transcended the cultural and species differences that might otherwise have prevented cooperation. Their survival required careful coordination of magical abilities and practical skills that each member brought to their desperate flight from pursuers who possessed superior resources and unlimited time. The Snatchers who finally tracked them down represented the kind of freelance bounty hunters that totalitarian regimes typically employed to extend their reach beyond official law enforcement capabilities, offering rewards for the capture of designated enemies while providing government with plausible deniability about methods used to locate and apprehend fugitives whose rights had been eliminated by legislative fiat. The battle that claimed 3 lives demonstrated both the courage of people fighting for their freedom and the overwhelming advantages possessed by hunters who operated with government backing and faced no legal consequences for violence, committed in pursuit of officially sanctioned objectives. Ted, Dirk, and Gornuk chose death over capture, understanding that survival would only lead to interrogation, torture, and eventual execution after they had been forced to provide intelligence that might endanger other fugitives and resistance fighters. Their deaths were not reported in official channels, marking them as non-persons whose elimination served Death Eater purposes, but whose sacrifice would never be acknowledged by historians or memorial services that honored more prominent casualties of magical warfare. The goblin and 2 wizards who died together in anonymous woodland clearing represented thousands of similar casualties, whose names would never be recorded, but whose resistance contributed to ultimate victory over forces that sought to reduce them to categories rather than recognizing them as individuals deserving of basic rights and dignity. Peter Pettigrew's death represented the completion of a character arc that had begun with betrayal and continued through years of servitude to masters who viewed him as barely more valuable than the victims he was ordered to eliminate on their behalf. His transformation from friend to enemy to reluctant servant had been motivated primarily by cowardice and self-preservation, making his final moments a test of whether any vestige of conscience remained within someone who had committed crimes that seemed to place him beyond any possibility of redemption. The silver hand that Voldemort had given him as replacement for the appendage he had sacrificed during the Dark Lord's resurrection ceremony was both gift and curse, providing magical enhancement of his physical capabilities, while serving as permanent reminder of his obligation to serve interests that often conflicted with his own survival instincts. The magical properties that made the hand valuable as weapon also made it dangerous to its bearer, creating vulnerability that could be exploited under specific circumstances. His capture of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley at Malfoy Manor should have represented triumph that would earn him recognition and reward from masters who had shown him little appreciation despite his years of faithful service to their cause. The successful completion of this mission would have provided him with security and status within Death Eater hierarchy that his previous contributions had never achieved, finally earning him the respect that his damaged self-esteem desperately craved. But the conversation with his former friend that preceded his death awakened memories and emotions that years of suppression had not entirely eliminated. reminding him of the person he had been before fear and weakness had led him to choose survival over loyalty, self-preservation over friendship. Harry's reminder of the life debt that existed between them activated magical forces that even Voldemort had not anticipated when he had created the silver hand that now turned against its bearer. The strangulation that ended Peter's life was not external attack but internal rebellion, as the magical construct that had replaced his severed hand responded to commands that originated not from his conscious will, but from deeper magical principles that governed debt and obligation between wizards who had saved each other's lives. The hand that had been designed to serve his master's purposes instead enforced justice that transcended political loyalties and personal choice. His death throes were witnessed by the prisoners he had been guarding, creating final testimony to the power of mercy and friendship to influence events even years after the original acts of kindness had been committed and seemingly forgotten. The terror in his eyes as he strangled himself reflected not only physical agony but spiritual recognition that his choices had led inevitably to this moment of terrible irony. For Harry Potter, watching someone he had once considered a friend die through magical consequences of their shared history provided complex mixture of satisfaction and regret that would influence his understanding of justice and mercy throughout the play's remaining conflict. The knowledge that his act of compassion had ultimately claimed Peter's life demonstrated both the power and the unpredictability of magical forces that operated beyond human comprehension or control. The silver hand that remained attached to Peter's corpse continued to gleam with malevolent magic that made his body dangerous to touch or move, requiring special precautions that delayed his burial, while serving as permanent reminder of the corrupting influence that dark magic exerted on everything it touched, including the tools and weapons it created to serve its purposes. Dobby's sacrifice at Malfoy Manor represented the ultimate expression of loyalty and love that had characterized his relationship with Harry Potter from their first meeting, when the house elf's desperate attempts to protect the boy had created bonds that transcended the traditional boundaries between wizard and magical servant. His death was not the result of combat or magical accident, but deliberate choice to place Harry's welfare above his own survival, demonstrating courage that put many human characters to shame. The rescue mission that claimed his life began with apparition into the cellar where prisoners were being held, using his unique abilities as house elf to bypass protective wards that would have prevented human rescuers from reaching the captives before they could be killed by guards who understood the strategic value of eliminating high-priority targets rather than allowing them to be liberated by enemy action. His joy at being reunited with Harry in the place where he had once served the Malfoy family was complicated by recognition that they were all in mortal danger from Death Eaters who would show no mercy to prisoners or their rescuers if the prisoners' escape attempt failed. But his determination to save the friends who had treated him with kindness and respect overcame any fear he might have felt about confronting former masters whose cruelty had defined his existence for decades. The disapparition that should have taken them all to safety was interrupted by Bellatrix Lestrange's final desperate attack, her silver dagger finding its mark, despite the magical protections that should have shielded them during the transportation process. The blade that pierced Dobby's chest was aimed with precision born from years of practice in killing and maiming, designed to inflict maximum damage while ensuring that healing would be impossible, even with the most advanced magical medicine. His final words, spoken to Harry as life ebbed from his small body, expressed gratitude for friendship that had transformed his existence from slavery to freedom, from fear to love, from servitude to voluntary service, based on mutual respect and shared values. The dignity with which he faced death contrasted sharply with the terror and rage that had characterized the demise of Death Eaters and other enemies. demonstrating the power of love to transform even the most painful endings into something approaching peace. The burial that Harry performed for his friend was conducted without magical assistance or elaborate ceremony, using simple human hands to dig the grave and place the body with care that honored both their friendship and Dobby's sacrifice. The headstone he carved was equally simple but profoundly meaningful, marking the resting place of someone who had achieved true freedom through service to others and loyalty to principles that transcended self-interest. For the magical world, Dobby's death represented the loss of someone whose courage and devotion had saved countless lives, while demonstrating that heroism was not limited to wizards and witches, but could be found in any being capable of choosing love over fear, service over safety, principle over convenience. His sacrifice would be remembered long after the war's end, as example of how individual choices could influence historical outcomes when motivated by genuine care for others rather than personal ambition or reward. The room where Vincent Crabbe's life ended was filled with magical fire that he had summoned but could not control, fiend fire that consumed everything in its path, while transforming the room of requirement into furnace that threatened to claim not only its caster, but everyone trapped within its rapidly shrinking boundaries. His death was the result of overconfidence in magical abilities that he had never fully mastered, combined with desperation that made him willing to use spells whose consequences he did not understand. The fiend fire that killed him was among the most dangerous forms of dark magic known to wizard kind, magical flame that fed on destruction while growing stronger and more uncontrollable with each object it consumed. The spell required not only considerable magical power to cast, but sophisticated understanding of containment and direction techniques that prevented the fire from consuming its caster along with its intended targets. Crabbe's attempt to kill Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger using this devastating magic was motivated by a combination of Death Eater ideology and personal resentment that had been building throughout their shared years at Hogwarts. His hatred for students who had consistently outperformed him academically, while challenging the pure-blood supremacist beliefs that had defined his family identity, created emotional fuel for violence that exceeded rational, tactical calculation. The irony of his death by his own spell was lost on someone who had never possessed the intellectual capacity for self-reflection or moral analysis that might have prevented him from choosing magical techniques whose risks exceeded their potential benefits. His final moments were consumed by panic and pain as he realized that the fire he had created would not distinguish between his enemies and himself, treating all potential fuel with equal hunger for destruction. The magical objects that the fiend fire consumed as it spread throughout the room of requirement included artifacts that had been hidden there for generations by students who had needed to conceal evidence of their activities from faculty or peers. Each destroyed item represented history that would never be recovered, knowledge that would be lost forever, and connections between past and present that had been severed by uncontrolled magical force. His death served as a reminder that dark magic inevitably claimed those who used it without sufficient wisdom or restraint, demonstrating that power without understanding was more dangerous to its wielder than to intended victims. The magical community's prohibition against certain spells existed not to limit individual freedom, but to protect practitioners from consequences that exceeded their ability to control or survive. For those who witnessed his death, Vincent Crabbe's final moments provided object lesson about the corrupting influence of hatred and the deadly consequences of attempting to use magical power for purposes that violated fundamental principles of justice and human decency. His sacrifice of life in pursuit of revenge against classmates who had never personally harmed him demonstrated how thoroughly Death Eater ideology could poison judgment and moral reasoning. The flames that consumed him left no body to bury and no physical memorial to mark his passing, making his death as meaningless as his life had been destructive. The magical fire that claimed him continued burning until it had consumed everything available as fuel, finally extinguishing itself when nothing remained to sustain its terrible hunger for destruction. His parents, when they learned of his death, mourned not only the son they had lost, but the recognition that their own beliefs and teachings had contributed to his destruction by filling his mind with hatred and superiority that had made wisdom and restraint impossible when they were most desperately needed for his survival and the protection of innocent people who had become targets of his misguided vengeance. The empty space where Vincent Crabbe had existed served as final testimony to the futility of lives devoted to destruction rather than creation, hatred rather than love, division rather than unity. His death marked the end of potential that had been wasted in service to ideology that promised power but delivered only meaningless violence that ultimately consumed its adherents along with their intended victims. The final hours of the Battle of Hogwarts brought with them a desperate understanding that the war's outcome would be determined not merely by superior numbers or magical firepower, but by the willingness of individuals to sacrifice everything they held dear for principles that transcended personal survival. The ancient castle that had sheltered generations of young witches and wizards was about to become the stage for confrontations that would determine whether love or hatred, hope or despair, life or death would ultimately prove more powerful in shaping the magical world's future. Nagini had been many things throughout her long and unnatural existence. Magical creature, companion, weapon, and finally repository for a fragment of the most evil soul in wizarding history. Her transformation from ordinary serpent into Horcrux had marked the completion of Voldemort's systematic destruction of his own humanity, each piece of soul he had torn away and hidden in objects of significance, reducing him further from human being into something that existed purely to dominate and destroy everything that others found beautiful or meaningful in life. The revelation of her true nature, disclosed through the memories that Severus Snape had given to Harry Potter in his final moments, transformed understanding of the strategic situation facing those who sought to defeat Voldemort permanently rather than merely driving him into temporary exile. As long as his Horcruxes remained intact, the Dark Lord could not truly die, making their destruction essential prerequisite for any meaningful victory over forces that had brought terror and despair to the magical world for nearly 2 decades. But Nagini was no mere object to be destroyed through simple application of magical force. She was a living creature whose intelligence and magical abilities made her both formidable opponent and elusive target, capable of defending herself while serving her master's purposes in ways that inanimate Horcruxes could never achieve. Her bond with Voldemort went beyond the magical connection created by housing part of his soul. It represented the closest thing to genuine affection that someone of his diminished humanity could still experience. Her presence on the battlefield was not merely strategic necessity, but emotional anchor, providing Voldemort with the only relationship that approximated normal human connection, despite being built on domination rather than mutual respect. The loss of this final link to anything resembling companionship would represent psychological blow that might prove as devastating as the magical consequences of destroying his last remaining anchor to life. The protective enchantments that Voldemort had woven around his precious serpent were among the most sophisticated magical defenses ever created, layered shields and early warning systems that made approaching her nearly impossible for anyone who lacked either overwhelming magical power or specific knowledge about the spell's weaknesses and limitations. These protections had been refined through years of paranoid attention to every conceivable threat, creating a fortress of magic that surrounded Nagini, even when she appeared to be alone and vulnerable. Neville Longbottom's emergence as the unlikely hero who would ultimately destroy Voldemort's final Horcrux represented the culmination of character development that had been years in the making, transforming him from frightened child into someone whose courage exceeded that of wizards with far greater magical abilities and more obvious qualifications for heroism. His journey from the boy who had lost his remembrall to the young man who would deliver the killing blow to Voldemort's last anchor to life demonstrated how adversity could forge strength in unexpected places. The moment when he stood before the assembled forces of darkness, his body bearing the evidence of torture and abuse that he had endured rather than betray his friends and principles, marked the transformation of someone who had spent years doubting his own worth into a person whose moral authority commanded respect from enemies and allies alike. His defiant speech to Voldemort himself demonstrated courage that went beyond physical bravery to encompass spiritual strength that could not be broken by pain or intimidation. The sorting hat that burst into flames upon his head contained more than just Godric Gryffindor's sword. It represented the accumulated wisdom and courage of Hogwarts founders who had understood that true strength came not from magical power alone, but from willingness to stand for justice regardless of personal cost. The blade that emerged from the burning hat carried with it the blessing of centuries of Gryffindor tradition and the practical enhancement of basilisk venom that made it one of the few weapons capable of destroying Horcruxes permanently. His charge toward Nagini was not calculated tactical maneuver but pure instinctive action, the response of someone whose moral clarity allowed him to see exactly what needed to be done and whose courage provided the strength to act on that knowledge despite overwhelming odds against survival. The spell that freed him from the body-bind curse that had held him immobile was powered not by superior magical technique, but by righteous fury that temporarily elevated his abilities beyond their normal limitations. The sword stroke that severed Nagini's head was delivered with precision that surprised no one more than Neville himself, guided by forces that operated beyond conscious skill to ensure that this crucial blow would find its target, despite the magical protections and physical defenses that should have made such an attack impossible. The blade passed through enchanted scales and defensive spells, as if they were nothing more substantial than morning mist, carrying with it the concentrated force of justice finally finding its target. The death of his final Horcrux sent shockwaves through Voldemort's being that went far beyond mere magical feedback, representing the destruction of everything that had allowed him to cling to existence despite the fundamental corruption of his soul. The scream that erupted from his throat was not merely expression of pain, but recognition that his carefully constructed immortality had been shattered by someone he had dismissed as inconsequential, leaving him vulnerable to death for the first time in decades. For Neville, the successful destruction of Nagini represented vindication of his parents' sacrifice and proof that the courage of Frank and Alice Longbottom lived on in their son, despite the terrible prices they had paid for their resistance to Death Eater torture. His moment of triumph was not celebration of violence, but acknowledgement that sometimes good people must do terrible things to prevent worse outcomes from befalling those who cannot protect themselves. The serpent's death marked the end of an unnatural existence that had been sustained by magic that violated fundamental laws governing the separation between life and death, allowing her spirit to find whatever peace was possible for a creature whose nature had been so thoroughly corrupted by exposure to human evil. Her passing removed from the world something that should never have been created, restoring balance that had been disturbed by Voldemort's attempts to achieve immortality through the destruction of his own humanity. The strategic implications of Nagini's destruction were immediately apparent to both sides in the conflict, as Death Eaters who had witnessed their master's reaction understood that some crucial change had occurred in the magical dynamics that had previously made him invulnerable to conventional attack. The fear that suddenly appeared in their ranks reflected recognition that their ultimate victory was no longer inevitable, creating psychological advantage for defenders who had been fighting what seemed like hopeless cause. But the greater significance of her death lay in its demonstration that heroism could emerge from the most unexpected sources, that courage was not the exclusive province of those who possessed obvious qualifications for leadership or warfare. Neville's triumph proved that moral character mattered more than magical ability when facing ultimate tests, and that ordinary people could achieve extraordinary things when motivated by love for others rather than desire for personal glory or advantage. Bellatrix Lestrange had devoted her adult life to serving Voldemort with fanatical dedication that exceeded even the loyalty of other Death Eaters, viewing him not merely as leader to be obeyed but as object of worship, whose approval she craved more than life itself. Her commitment to his cause had cost her everything that most people would consider essential for meaningful existence: family relationships, personal identity, moral integrity, and ultimately her sanity, while providing her with purpose that justified any atrocity committed in service to his vision of magical supremacy. Her participation in the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom had established her reputation as someone whose cruelty exceeded normal human limitations, capable of inflicting suffering that destroyed minds, while keeping bodies alive to experience continuing agony. The pride she took in this accomplishment revealed character so thoroughly corrupted by exposure to dark magic and evil ideology that redemption was not merely unlikely, but impossible, making her elimination necessary for the safety of everyone she might encounter in future. Her escape from Azkaban during the mass breakout that had marked Voldemort's return to power had freed her to resume activities that combined personal sadism with strategic terrorism, targeting not only direct enemies, but anyone whose existence represented challenge to pure-blood supremacist beliefs that formed the foundation of Death Eater ideology. Her killing of Sirius Black had demonstrated both her magical abilities and her willingness to destroy family members who had chosen different paths, establishing her as someone for whom no relationship or obligation took precedence over service to her master. The battle that raged throughout Hogwarts had provided her with opportunities to inflict suffering and death on defenders who represented everything she had been taught to despise: blood traitors, muggle-born wizards, and those who valued mercy and tolerance over strength and purity. Her spells were cast with artistic precision that transformed violence into performance, each curse designed not merely to kill or injure, but to demonstrate the superiority of those who embraced power over those who clung to moral principles. Her near-miss attack on Ginny Weasley was motivated not by strategic calculation, but by personal hatred for a family that embodied the blood treachery she viewed as contamination of magical heritage that should have been preserved in its pure form. The curse that barely missed its target would have killed or permanently disabled someone whose only crime was belonging to a family that had chosen inclusion over exclusion, love over hatred, justice over power. Molly Weasley's intervention in this attack was not planned tactical decision but pure maternal instinct, the response of someone whose protective fury exceeded any consideration of personal safety when her children were threatened by forces that sought to destroy everything she had spent her life building and nurturing. Her magical abilities, dormant for years while she focused on domestic responsibilities, emerged with power, enhanced by righteous anger that transformed her from homemaker into formidable combatant. The duel between the two witches represented more than simple combat between individual opponents. It was confrontation between different philosophies of existence, competing visions of what magical society should become, and opposing definitions of strength, loyalty, and the proper relationship between power and responsibility. Every spell cast carried with it the accumulated weight of choices made and prices paid in service to incompatible ideals. Bellatrix's confidence in her own superiority was based on decades of combat experience and magical training that had been refined through years of practical application against enemies who had died rather than learning from their defeats. Her techniques were polished and deadly, honed by someone who viewed violence as art form and took genuine pleasure in the suffering she inflicted on those who opposed her or her master's will. But Molly's magic was powered by forces that Bellatrix had never understood and could not counter love for family that transcended personal limitations, protective instincts that operated beyond conscious thought, and moral clarity that provided strength unavailable to those whose power was based on hatred and fear rather than devotion and sacrifice. Her spells carried with them the concentrated force of maternal love that had been tested by years of worry and refined by daily acts of service to others. The killing curse that ended Bellatrix's life was cast by someone who had never used such magic before, but whose fury at the threat to her daughter provided power that exceeded technical skill or professional training. The green light that claimed Voldemort's most devoted follower was guided not by hatred, but by protective love that refused to allow evil to triumph over innocence, demonstrating once again that the strongest magic grew from the most human emotions. Bellatrix Lestrange died with surprise rather than fear in her eyes, unable to comprehend how someone she viewed as inferior could have overpowered her through means that her worldview insisted were weakness rather than strength. Her death marked the end of fanaticism that had sustained Death Eater ideology while proving that love was indeed more powerful than hatred, when properly focused and applied to defense of those who could not protect themselves. Her fall sent shockwaves through Death Eater ranks that went beyond mere tactical loss of capable fighter, representing symbolic defeat that undermined their confidence in the superiority that had been central to their identity and motivation. The sight of their most devoted champion destroyed by someone they had dismissed as unworthy opponent forced them to confront possibilities that their indoctrination had taught them to reject as impossible. For Molly Weasley, the victory was tainted by recognition that she had been forced to take a life in order to protect her daughter, crossing moral boundary that she had never imagined she would approach, despite years of living with the consequences of war. But her grief at the necessity of killing was overwhelmed by relief that Ginny was safe and determination to ensure that no other parent would face similar choices if she could prevent it. The death of Bellatrix Lestrange marked the beginning of the end for Death Eater resistance, as other fighters began to understand that their cause was not only morally bankrupt, but tactically hopeless, when facing opponents whose motivation exceeded their own, and whose magic was powered by sources that no amount of dark arts training could match or counter effectively. Her body, when the battle ended, lay in the Great Hall among the other casualties of the conflict, no longer the terrifying figure who had brought nightmares to so many, but simply another victim of the war she had helped to create and sustain through her choices and actions. The peace that death had brought to her features was the first serenity she had known in decades, though it came too late to undo the suffering she had inflicted on innocent people who had never deserved the hatred she had directed toward them. Lord Voldemort faced his final confrontation with Harry Potter carrying the bitter knowledge that his carefully constructed immortality had been systematically dismantled by opponents he had consistently underestimated, leaving him vulnerable to death. For the first time since his transformation from Tom Riddle into something that existed purely to dominate and destroy. The destruction of his Horcruxes had not only eliminated his anchors to life, but had begun the process of reuniting his fragmented soul, forcing him to confront the full weight of his crimes while experiencing emotions he had spent decades suppressing or eliminating entirely. The Great Hall of Hogwarts, which had witnessed centuries of celebration and learning, now served as arena for the ultimate confrontation between good and evil, hope and despair, love and hatred that would determine not only the war's outcome, but the future direction of magical civilization itself. The ancient stones that had sheltered generations of students bore witness to a duel that would be remembered and analyzed for centuries to come as the moment when the fate of the wizarding world hung in the balance between two wizards, whose conflict had shaped an entire generation. Harry Potter's approach to this final battle was marked not by hatred or desire for revenge, but by understanding of necessity and acceptance of responsibility that had been growing within him since the moment he learned of his connection to the man who had murdered his parents. His knowledge of Voldemort's weaknesses had been purchased through years of suffering and sacrifice, not only his own, but that of friends and mentors who had died to provide him with information and opportunities that made victory possible. The Elder Wand that Voldemort wielded had been taken from Dumbledore's tomb in violation of the Great Wizard's Rest, but the magical artifact's true allegiance lay with someone who had earned mastery through means that its current wielder neither understood nor acknowledged. The wand's loyalty operated according to principles that transcended simple possession or theft, requiring conquest of its previous master through means that established legitimate claim to its extraordinary power. The revelation that Harry Potter had become the wand's true master through his defeat of Draco Malfoy, who had disarmed Dumbledore during the Battle of the Astronomy Tower, represented irony that someone as intelligent as Voldemort should have anticipated, but had missed through arrogance and incomplete understanding of the magical principles that governed such artifacts. His assumption that killing Snape would transfer mastery had been based on false premise about who had actually defeated the wand's previous owner. The circle of witnesses that surrounded their confrontation included representatives from both sides of the conflict, creating audience for what everyone understood would be definitive resolution of struggle that had consumed the magical world for nearly 2 decades. The Death Eaters who remained watched their master face his final test, while defenders of Hogwarts bore witness to the moment when their faith in Harry's ability to fulfill his destiny would either be vindicated or proven tragically misguided. The killing curse that Voldemort cast with all his remaining power and fury carried with it decades of accumulated hatred and frustration, the concentrated essence of someone whose entire existence had been devoted to the destruction of everything that represented hope, love, and human connection. The green light that erupted from the Elder Wand was meant to end not only Harry's life, but the resistance that his survival had come to symbolize for everyone who opposed Death Eater tyranny. But the wand that was supposed to deliver this final blow instead rebelled against its current wielder, recognizing in Harry Potter the wizard who had legitimate claim to its loyalty through conquest that followed proper magical protocols rather than simple theft or assumption. The Elder Wand's refusal to kill its true master represented triumph of magical law over brute force, demonstrating that even the most powerful artifacts operated according to principles that could not be violated through violence or intimidation. The curse that rebounded upon its caster struck Voldemort with the same force that he had intended to use against Harry, carrying with it not only the power to kill but the accumulated weight of every life he had taken through use of the unforgivable curse throughout his long and terrible career. The green light that claimed him was powered by his own hatred and cruelty, turning his greatest weapon against himself in final demonstration of how evil ultimately destroys itself when confronted by good that refuses to be corrupted or defeated. His death was not the spectacular dissolution shown in popular accounts, but simple cessation of life, the ordinary ending of someone whose attempts to transcend human mortality had ultimately failed through his own fundamental misunderstanding of the forces he sought to control. The body that fell to the great hall's ancient stones was that of an ordinary man who had tried so hard to become extraordinary that he had destroyed everything that made existence meaningful or worthwhile. The silence that followed his death was not immediate celebration, but stunned recognition that the nightmare was finally over, that the threat which had shaped an entire generation's understanding of good and evil had been eliminated through means that few had believed possible, despite their faith in prophecy and destiny. The Dark Lord, who had seemed invincible, lay dead through the consequences of his own actions and choices, defeated not by superior power, but by justice and magical law. Harry Potter's survival of this final confrontation marked not only personal victory, but validation of every sacrifice that had been made in his name and defense, proving that the love which had protected him as infant continued to operate through complex magical principles that Voldemort had never understood, because he had eliminated his own capacity for such emotions. The scar that had connected him to his enemy faded as the last piece of Voldemort's soul was finally destroyed, ending the unnatural bond that had made their conflict inevitable. The Elder Wand that flew through the air to land in Harry's outstretched hand represented acknowledgement of mastery that had been earned through proper means rather than claimed through violence. Though he understood that such power carried with it responsibilities and dangers that made its continued use inadvisable for someone who valued peace over dominion, his decision about the wand's future would become one of the most important choices of the post-war period. For the magical world, Voldemort's death marked the end of an era defined by fear and division, opening possibilities for healing and reconciliation that had seemed impossible while his threat loomed over every aspect of magical life. The children who had grown up during the war years could finally contemplate futures that included hope rather than merely survival, while their parents could begin the long process of rebuilding society that had been damaged by decades of conflict and persecution. The cost of victory was measured not only in the lives that had been lost, but in the innocence that could never be recovered, the trust that had been shattered, and the scars that would remain long after the physical wounds had healed. The Great Hall where Voldemort died was also the resting place for dozens of defenders who had given their lives to make this moment possible, their sacrifice ensuring that future generations would inherit a world where love was stronger than hatred and good could triumph over evil when people were willing to pay the prices that such victory required. The ordinary death of an extraordinary evil marked the beginning of peace that would allow the magical world to remember what it had been fighting to preserve and protect. The silence that settled over Hogwarts as dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands carried with it the promise that children could sleep safely in their beds, that families could gather without fear of separation, and that hope was no longer naive optimism but realistic expectation for those who had earned the right to believe in tomorrow through their willingness to sacrifice everything for today. And so our gentle chronicle of endings comes to its own peaceful close, as dawn breaks over a world finally freed from the shadow of Voldemort's malice. In the quiet aftermath of all these passings, we find not despair but profound comfort in the knowledge that each death served a purpose greater than itself, whether through love's protection, courage's example, or the simple turning of life's eternal wheel that brings all souls to their destined rest. These names we have whispered into the darkness, from ancient founders to young heroes, from the misguided to the noble, all played their sacred parts in the grand tapestry of magic and mortality that binds us all together in ways deeper than blood or house or creed. The love of Lily Potter lives on in her son's continued breath. The courage of Frank and Alice Longbottom echoes in their son's triumph over darkness. The sacrifice of Mad-Eye Moody and so many others created the foundation upon which victory was built, stone by stone, life by precious life. Even those who chose poorly found redemption in their final moments, proving that death can be teacher as well as ending, offering chances for understanding that life sometimes withholds from the proud and stubborn. Sleep well, dear listener, knowing that in dreams we join all those who have gone before, in that place beyond the veil where every story continues and every soul finds the peace that eluded them in life. And so our gentle chronicle of endings comes to its own peaceful close, as dawn breaks over a world finally freed from the shadow of Voldemort's malice. In the quiet aftermath of all these passings, we find not despair but profound comfort in the knowledge that each death served a purpose greater than itself, whether through love's protection, courage's example, or the simple turning of life's eternal wheel that brings all souls to their destined rest. These names we have whispered into the darkness, from ancient founders to young heroes, from the misguided to the noble, all played their sacred parts in the grand tapestry of magic and mortality that binds us all together in ways deeper than blood or house or creed. The love of Lily Potter lives on in her son's continued breath. The courage of Frank and Alice Longbottom echoes in their son's triumph over darkness. The sacrifice of Mad-Eye Moody and so many others created the foundation upon which victory was built, stone by stone, life by precious life. Even those who chose poorly found redemption in their final moments, proving that death can be teacher as well as ending, offering chances for understanding that life sometimes withholds from the proud and stubborn. Sleep well, dear listener, knowing that in dreams we join all those who have gone before, in that place beyond the veil where every story continues and every soul finds the peace that eluded them in life.